Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Skokie, Illinois for the 2019 Magic Darts Championship Dart Circuit, event number 6. This is part 2 of the Cosmo Classic weekend, and I am Anthony Eugenie, and I'm going to be sitting in with you this evening. Boy, oh boy. We've got a great start for you. We've got 2 matches to kick the day off. Each one features a semifinalist from yesterday. We're going to start with Chuck Puleo versus Ethan Velchik, and Ethan was in the semis yesterday. We'll follow that up with Kylie Edmonds versus Jeff Smith, and Jeff Smith was in yesterday's semifinals as well. Both of these matches are a top 64, best of 9 legs. Congratulations to our Event 5 winner, Mr. Matt Campbell. Besting Big Daddy, Darren Young. That was Darren's 4th final this year. He's 2-2 in CDC finals in 2019, and that is Matt Campbell's first CDC Tour victory. So here we are, the matter at hand, kicking off event number 6. Ethan Velchik, as we see right here, Ethan had a real good day coming out of the qualifiers yesterday, making the main event, and went all the way to the semifinals. And now warming up, Mr. Chuck Puleo. Chuck, as we remember, represented the United States through the CDC at the recent PDC William Hill World Darts Championship in London, and he will be a member of Team USA at the upcoming PDC World Cup of Darts in Germany that's taking place next weekend, and his partner will be indeed the one and only Big Daddy Darren Young. So here we go. Bull shot has been had, warm-ups. Time to put up or shush up. Game on. .121, big opening up there. Tough deflection for Chuck Puleo, but a nice way to start the day. And a great 140 reply by Ethan, showing he's ready for the task at hand. He got a little experience being on this feature board yesterday. Came through the qualifiers again today. Qualified through the first session, so he booked his place by lunchtime. Took the afternoon to get himself set and ready to go. As we all remember, Ethan was a PDC World Series of Darts qualifier, and that was the big event that happened in Mohegan Sun in 2006, I believe. And he came out of the qualifier here in the Chicago area. Good solid darts from both of these guys so far. A couple of 3-digit scores. Both look to be right on the scoring area, looking to be settled in and ready to go. Puleo looking to put himself at an out. A little less than obviously desired, but 120 is always a desired spot for a top player to be in. .58 from Velchik, and let's see if Chuck can take this 120. Tops for Chuck Puleo. Just a little high. See if what Ethan can do. As we celebrate this great Cosmo Classic weekend, you can check out A2ZDarts.com or other participating distributors and use your promo code FITCarbon5 to get $5 off a Fit Carbon Shafts flight. And Ethan unsuccessful in his bid to hit that triple 20, which would have given him a shot at the bullseye. But here we go, Chuck Puleo, double top. Just a little high on Chuck's double 5 there, and Eason with a chance at an early break right out of the gate. Double 12 for Eason Velcek. Use that as a guide. And that indeed he does, clicks it off that back flight. And Eason Velcek picks up leg number 1, a break of throw in this best of 9 match. And as we open up event number 6. Thank you for joining us today, and we want to see everybody come on board and enjoy today's darts action. Like and share this stream, like our Facebook page, subscribe and share, and hit the notification bell on our YouTube page, and please check out all our social media platforms on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram and use the you can find us at Champ Darts. Eason giving you his own color commentary on his 26. 2 in the bed for Chuck Puleo. And that's a 180. Good solid reply by Eason. And here he comes again. Chuck Puleo, 139. Looking to take that break back in quick order. Here we go, Chuck Puleo coming to the line with a 1-2-4. Does not need to end up at the bull with Eason at 198, so it's going to be a setup shot here. Let's see what he does. Yep, exactly. 84 remaining. Stay there to give himself double 12. Right. Chuck will get a shot at that 64. Obviously, a ton would be a minimum here for Eason, so that's going to obviously now be impossible. He's still going to be over 100, not going to really pressure that Chuck Puleo shot. And not at all. He's going to be on a bogey, so Chuck has 6 at this 64. 56 left. Double top for Chuck Puleo. Another wayward dart there from Eason. I mean, a 140 would have really actually, crept up right behind Chuck and made him, given him something to think about. But I think Chuck is going to have an easy throw at this and put this right in. Boy, oh boy, it's early, but in these 2 legs so far, Chuck has not looked comfortable at any of his out shot attempts. That's a 9 total, scored 78 for Eason. Not even in a position to get himself to a bull attempt. Double 12 though, great triple. Oh, and he successfully transitions the 87 to hold his throw. completely given back that leg by Chuck Puleo. Successful cover shooting by Chuck. 96 suffices at the moment. And that's a 180 for Ethan Velchik. Beautiful 140. Easton looking over there, trying to get his position in terms of where he is towards an outshot. Seems to have found a little bit of position here. Chuck doing well on his scoring in all of these legs. It's when he's gotten to that great setup dart by Chuck Puleo. It's when he's gotten to that outshot. So let's see what Chuck can do here if Easton gives him a chance to look at it. Easton's found his form in the last few turns. Oh, going for the double-double. The Shanghai to win the pot by Ethan Velchik. Now Chuck Puleo double 16, and he puts it right in his first double on his first attempt in leg 3. Holds his throw, which early, but still in a not overly long best of 9 was still an important hold there. Disappointing turn by Eason. He seemed to feel good coming out of his hand. He was a bit surprised that he didn't find a triple. So we've had a good day here in Skokie in event number 6. We had a nice big field of qualifiers, a great morning of darts. We additionally had the Junior Tour event and some Evolution Tour events going on this afternoon, so we'll bring you some news on that. As always, you can check out the great people at Dart Connect, our partners in this whole road to bringing great big darts to North America. You go to dartconnect.com. You can pull up all the information on all of these tournaments, watch them in real time, see all of the main event matches out on the floor, look at the bracket, see the stats post-match. All amazing stuff. All right, Eason poised to set himself up for an out. Chuck Puleo just a little behind him. Hasn't really found much after his opening salvo. Good 1-3-7 from Ethan Velchik. Solid 100 from Chuck, but not nearly in a position to put major pressure on this double 20 for Eason. Another good setup dart. Right off that barrel into the double 10, and he does just that. Eason Velcik holds his throw. Puts 3 on the ledger on his side. 3-1. Eason Velcik over Chuck Puleo at the moment. This is a best of 9. Top 64 at event number 6. Part 2 of the Cosmo Classic weekend. Good solid reply from Eason. He's found his mark a little bit. His players have started off slow, as we saw, and there we go. 2 in the bed for Chuck Puleo. 140. They've upped their averages a bit, creeping up high 80s, and you would expect them, as they continue to heat up, put another 5 points on those averages. Chuck Puleo, first one out and out here after 9 darts, 164. Oh, Eason, extremely disappointed with himself. Found triples, just not the right ones. Not much from Eason to put himself behind Puleo. Tops for Chuck Puleo. Again, a good ½ inch off those doubles, but Eason hasn't done anything to threaten in this leg. Cooled off quite a bit in his last 2 turns, so Chuck's going to come back. 3 if he needs them, 6 possibly. Double 5. And double 5 it is for Chuck Puleo. Hold of throw. Match line. Eason 3, Chuck 2. And as we see this weekend, the debut of the next generation of the Shot Bandit board, debuting this weekend from our official dart board partners, Shot Darts. Go check out shotdarts.com for more information on where you can obtain the new Bandit. Nice ton from Chuck. Oh, tough bounce out from Eason. Oh, and that's a ton 80 from Chuck Puleo. Chuck right back at the 161 mark after 9, and Eason, I think you can certainly use the word spotty is a good description of this match. He's found some form in dribs and drabs, in 6 darts here and there, and then at other times he's just been wayward on 1 or 2 turns, just enough to hurt him to the point that like in a leg like this, he's been holding his throw, but he hasn't been able to really challenge Chuck's throw. He got that first leg gift, if you will, and Shade Chuck's 99 and Eason at 128. You need a 140 here to really make Chuck think about anything. Chuck. Tops. Tops it is for Chuck Pouliot. And Chuck gets that break back, that much valuable break. We are back on throw. Leg number 7, Chuck's throw. There's a best of 9, first to 5. And Chuck Pouliot, that's a 180. See if Chuck, the 9 daughter is on. 9 daughter is off. Good cover shot. And we've seen that last leg and a half have a real impact here on the averages. Both players were in the mid-80s. They've gone in 2 different directions. Chuck's up to a 90 and Eason dropped down a bit to an 81. Here we are again. After 9 darts, Chuck Pouliot on and out, and Eason Velchik in the mid-200s. Nice easy ton for Chuck Pouliot to leave himself a double 12 when he comes back, and he will come back. I almost feel it. I was going to say a ton 80 is a must for Eason. Double 12 for Chuck Pouliot to take his first lead in this first match. And Chuck Pouliot, first dart, double 12. Takes a 4 legs to 3 lead over Eason Velchik. And Chuck is 1 leg away to advancing to the top 32 of this event number 6. Coming up right in the queue, we've got Kylie Edmonds versus Jeff Smith. So don't go away, don't go anywhere, everybody. We got some great darts coming, and we're going to check in on the floor in between matches, see what great stuff's going on there. $99. As Eason's been telling us with his body language, another disappointing turn from him. Good solid turn there from Eason, and that's what this story of the match has been for Eason. A little off, a little on, a little off, a little on. Chuck looking for that. It would have to be, right? A 1-3, yeah, 1-3-2. That was the attempt at a setup. Unsuccessful at it. Downstairs for some cover shot to sort of clean things up a bit and hopefully leave himself a high out. 118 shot. 122. That fit the bill. All right, now it's Eason Velchik's turn. 122, he does not have to take a bull shot attempt, and he shows just that. 102. 77, I believe. And double 10 when he comes back, and he will come back as Chuck Pulio's back on 188. So I got that wrong a little bit. 82, all right. So it was 97, wait a minute. Hey, I'm never gonna say I got my math right, so I'm going with the scoreboard. Double 20 for Eason Velchik. Right, is he? I thought that he had a 20 off of 122, which left him 102. Then he hit a bull, right? A 102 minus 25 is 77, I believe. Then a 57 off of the 77 leaves 20 left. Yes. All right. He's going in there and fixing it, I believe. Looks like our scorekeeper is Dart Connect savvy. You go in and you can adjust. See, he's hitting that. Nope. No, he just. No, that's not correct. Well, no, okay, well, he's. Well, you know what? It's all a win in the box score. It got a little messy, but it is what it is. The players are out there agreeing on it. No major protests. 4-4 it is, and we move to a tie-breaking leg. That's a 140 from Chuck Pulio. Big opening. Eason, you know what? Eason, not Veason. Eason Velchik stepped back, correct the score. He did the math with the scorekeeper. That's where they got to. It was agreed upon. Eason stepped to the line, very confident and comfortable with where the score was, and he took it out. So we move on. And Eason with a good recovery, a misstep, followed up by two fantastic darts. This is a race to 5 legs. First round, top 64. So this is your tie-breaking leg. Eason finds a friendly face in the 17, evens things out, 200, and let's see what Chuck has to say about that. Oh, we need all the darts, Chuck. Make sure Chuck packs that third dart when he heads off to Germany next week for the PDC World Cup as part of Team USA. Chuck Puleo and Darren Young for the U.S. side, and Jim Long and Dawson Mershell for Team Canada. Go, 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 North America. Well, here we go, Easton Velchik. First one at the punch. Chuck trying to put a big hole in this. 139, it will do just that. But Easton coming to the line with a 2-dart out attempt to advance past Chuck Puleo. Single, will he go double-double? He was going for double-double tops. Looking to set himself up here. Chuck Puleo, 58. Use that dart as a marker. A little bit to the right, and you could see Chuck's hop right there. He knew he didn't really have this match in control all the way through. Truth be told, little sloppy, a little back and forth from both of them. Both showed bursts of their obvious skill. Both showed signs of not being on their mark so much, but the whole goal is to win in advance, and Chuck Puleo does just that. 5 legs to 4 over Easton Velchik. And here we go. We'll take a little look out here on the floor. Boards 1 to 8, our main event. We see our event 5 champion right there, Matt Campbell in the black and purple piping. On board number 4, it looks like. It looks like our second group of seeds on each board are playing is Dan Lauby and Chris White. Russ. Yeah, we still have Russ Lysak, Pat Gallagher right there on board 1. Today we switched the room, and what that means is we go from 1 to 8 from right to left. The great Donnie Joe, the traveling dartsman. The traveling dartsman, Donnie Joe, and there is Jim Long, part of Team Canada. If you want to gear up like these big boys, head over to A2ZDarts.com. Check out their whole line of shot darts and Cosmo darts. Great gear, great material. Use a promo code FITCarbon5 to get $5 off a Fit Flight Carbon Shaft pack. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with Kylie Edmonds versus Jeff Smith. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2019 Magic Darts Championship Dart Circuit. This is event number 6, part 2 of the Cosmo Classic weekend. And boy, oh boy, we got a great one for you now. Kylie Edmonds versus Jeff Smith. So we were checking out some graphics in the break. If you saw, we got some post results and some tour points in order of merit to kind of give you an idea of where everybody, what position people were in coming into this weekend, a really competitive weekend. If you want to see the updated order of merit and the updated tour points, which is a chase for the PDC World Championship, you can go to champdarts.com. Go to our CDC website, champdarts.com, and you go to news and info, news and standings, and you'll be able to get the PDFs on those. So let's buckle in, kids. Edmonds, Smith, top 64, best of 9. Jeff Smith has won the bull. We shoot the bull behind the scenes, set him up. We give him 9 practice darts, and we get to go. And here we go. We give him a countdown of 9 darts, and we start the 9 dart warm up. So again, we implore you, if you enjoy what we're doing and what we're presenting to you today and this weekend and this year, please go support our sponsors. Go check out what they're doing. Check out Magic Darts and Magic Wear. Get yourself outfitted in a great shirt. Check out A2ZDarts.com. They're gear distributors, and pick yourself up some great shot darts, a new great shot bandit board, some Cosmo fit flights and carbon shafts. Go check out our on-site retailer, 9 Dart Out US. You can check out Ken and his shop. He can help you out with great Cosmo products as well. And of course, our great partners at Dart Connect. Check out Dart Connect right now. Become a subscriber. You can play online, keep track of your games, your progress, practice against your own ability, and you can practice against the computer and really ramp things up. And here we go, Jeff Smith. Kylie Edmonds came through the qualifiers in Philadelphia in an amazingly tough field, made the main event, had a fantastic day, put himself in a position where he was in the top 8 in the standings in the tour points after weekend 1, which gave him the opportunity to become a tour card holder. And Kylie Edmonds is now in the mix, a tour card holder throughout 2019. And he's going to be making a big run for that PDC spot and a spot to become the Continental Cup champion. And boy, oh boy, these days, the CDC rooms are getting tougher and tougher, and it's a compliment to the hard work of the players that have been on board from the very beginning, and the hard work and staff. And matches like these that come up in the top 64 that people would consider a possible final are more commonplace in the first and second round than ever. And a CDC Tour title is a title well earned. Kylie with the first crack at a 1-4-6 out. 32 remaining. Great attempt by Kylie Edmonds. Jeff Smith with the big fish. 1 in. 2 in. Bullseye. Entertainment right off the bat. 8. Kylie Edmonds, first leg, first break of throw. 1-0 Edmonds over Smith, ahead of Smith. Top 64, best of 9. Now, if you like what you see today as well, our partner and associate Kevin Malenfant and USA Dart Productions can make your tournament an absolute hit. Get in touch with Kevin if you want full coverage of your next great darting event. .177, 134. Boys are coming out hot. I want to thank everybody for joining us on today's stream. I've got you up in the chat, and I'll take a peek when I can. Play along. Let me know if there's any questions about what the CDC is, how it works, and what's going on. Any comments? Be nice. We play nice in the sandbox. All right, what a leg here. The 3-figure scores continue. Kylie Edmonds after 9 at 124. Smith on a bogey did not need to head down the bullseye road. And there we go. Kylie Edmonds holds his throw with a double top. 13 darter. And you too can play the David I. Reed home game. If you go to Dart Connect and you pull up a nice big monitor, you can pull up all 8 of the floor matches on Dart Connect. You minimize the screens, you can watch the complete tournament at once, put the stream on your TV, and you are CDC good to go. Nice solid ton by Kylie after a leg of nothing but 3-figure scores. We got a leg that's almost nothing, no 3-figure scores. And there we go. Jeff Smith fixes that. Ton by Kylie, 170 from Smith. Good cover shooting by Kylie. Still out of range, and Jeff has got 6 darts at 54 if he needs it, and he most likely will not. Oh, he may now. What kind of pressure can Edmonds put on Smith? So Jeff Smith holds that throw, and Kylie Edmonds opens up leg number 4 with a fantastic 180. Both players 90 averages, 3-figure scores, looking good. Fantastic.
83.
Good solid ton by Kylie. Jeff disappointed that he didn't pick up that cover shot. Thought that was going in.
136.
Fantastic 140 from Kylie to leave himself double tops when he comes back.
65.
And here we go, double 20 for Kylie Edmonds. And that he gets, holds his throw. 3-1 Edmonds, and Jeff Smith looking to get that break back. Well, he's got a hold, and then he's chasing that break. So I asked for questions.
43.
I asked for silly questions. I got silly questions. David Fathom, I had 2 sausage McMuffins this morning. Thank you very much. My breakfast was quite tasty.
100.
Good looking 140 from Kylie Edmonds. Stayed real solid, both of these guys so far. Leg number 5, we're in the mid-90s average wise. Kylie with an early break, and that's pretty much set the scene for this match. And Jeff with a 133. Job 1 is hold his throw. Job 2 is get that break back before Kylie crosses that 5-leg threshold that puts him in the round of 32.
96. 45.
Great cover and setup shot for Smith, and here we go, Kylie, and Kylie's job number 1. All he has to do for the remainder of the match is hold his throw, and he will advance. And it's Jeff Smith's job to stop him. Boy, oh boy. But one of those lucky breaks in darts, and a wayward dart sets you up just a-okay.
20 score.
Tops for Edmonds for a second break of throw in this match. Double 10. Double 10 it is for Kylie Edmonds. And boy, oh boy, is Jeff Smith disappointed with that last attempt. 4-1 Edmonds ahead of Smith. Top 64, best of 9, first to 5. Edmonds on the verge of advancing to the top 64. And that's a 180 from Jeff Smith, the silencer. Jeff hasn't been extremely successful with that cover shot, a big signature of his game when he's on. Shooting a 90 average, but from what we've seen of Jeff, giving you a little sneer there. Getting angry at that triple. How dare you? How dare you not come through triple?
140.
And that's your 140 reply. Jeff Smith unsuccessful at the 137, but what a great setup and out attempt. So Jeff Smith's march back has to begin with the double 16. Double 8. Kylie Edmonds comes to the line looking to knock out Jeff Smith and advance to the top 32. And that he does. Kylie Edmonds, 5 legs to 1, moves into the top 32. A good solid match from both guys. 90 average, 5-1. We didn't see the best of Smith. We didn't see the best of Edmonds, but we saw a really good match. Kylie Edmonds has the potential to throw 100 average. He advances, moves on. Coming up next, we've got Ed DeBanke and Joe Cheney. And we may have a special guest, everybody. Just hang in there. I think you're going to enjoy what we got coming up. See you soon. All right, everybody, welcome back to Skokie, Illinois, the 2019 Magic Darts Championship Darts Circuit, event number 6. This is part 2 of the Cosmo Classic weekend. I am Anthony Eugenia, and I am now joined by my broadcast partner and our friend, Colin Cosell. Hey, Colin.
Hello, Anthony Eugenia. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing really well. Welcome, Colin. Okay,
Glad to be on board.
Oh, we are glad to have you. We are glad to have you. The folks have missed you, Colin.
Well, I'm sorry I had to miss it this weekend. Family comes first. Had some things to take care of, but all is well, and I'm thrilled to be with you remotely and watching these darts. Cannot believe what we've seen so far. What an unbelievable weekend it's been overall. Taking a look at the big win by the mighty Ginge himself, Matt Campbell, last night. And, of course, Jeff Smith, who lost in the semis yesterday to Darren Young, who you can't seem to beat. And then just what an unbelievable match. I mean, that was a whitewashing. Did not see that coming.
No, not at all. And I was really looking forward to your take on that final last night. I know you've tracked Campbell now for a year, and you've always had a keen eye for the great play of Darren Young. So what a great final last night.
And what a great match we have ahead of us right now. We've got Cheney, we've got Boom Boom, we've got some other great matches coming up as well. Not to be expected.
Yep. Other times we got Boom Boom. Now we got Bam Bam, and we got Bam Bam, DeBenke, and the.
That's
Chainsaw.
what I meant to say. See, I'm a little rusty. I wouldn't be that rusty if we've been a whole weekend of broadcasting. So I'll just shake off the cobwebs and we'll get back into it. It'll be fine.
So lead us away, Mr. Colin.
All right, so we've got Cheney leading us off here, and of course, I've got it on split screen. I've got my my Dart Connect up and the board as well. The man sporting a mustache. I wish I could. And of course, this is a race to 5 once again, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct, sir. Top 64 match, best of 9, first to 5.
And 21, maybe the bright lights getting into him here, both of these players. But you would anticipate, Anthony, you of course know this better than anybody, that they will in fact get into their groove, get into their rhythm, and get used to being on the stage and the bright lights here and the live stream as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. The Benke that we're looking at right here, as I said, Bam Bam, a national player over the 90s and the early 2000s, made the cover of the Bullseye News. So everybody in the game has a history with Bam Bam and a Chicago man, dart player Chicago. And of course, the Joe Cheney from Tennessee. Soddy Daisy.
So we got the Midwest and the South going at it right here after we just had a clash between Canadian Titans. And as we expected, starting to up the averages a little bit more here as Bam Bam comes away with a 58. So maybe I spoke too soon, but Cheney was able to knock down the first ton of the match. See if he's able to pick that back up. Seems like I love the shot you guys have, you and David Irate and Kevin Malafont. They have that wonderful view of the room. Kind of a new view, that overhead, that bird's eye view, watching all the great players in the room. Seems like you guys had an unbelievable turnout this weekend, to be expected as always.
Another great turnout, here in Chicago. And boy, oh boy, is that room just full of fantastic darts. It's great to be able to peek in on that when there's something great going on. And there's something great going on all the time these days at the CDC.
It does not seem to stop. It's a tour de force, and of course the tour will come to a screeching halt in October in New York. There's a nice ton 21 out of Cheney. So now Cheney starting to level out a little bit. We'll watch these averages increase, no doubt, but not leaving himself an out. Now Bam Bam looking to bring himself down to an out. Dropping downstairs. That third one got away from him. You could tell in the body language, he was disappointed in that third dart.
Yeah, a lot of times these guys tell the tale themselves with the body language and expressions.
And I give them kudos. Back when I was playing, my body language tended to come from my mouth, so I would never have been on the big stage. It just wouldn't have been allowed. Now, DeBenke, Bam Bam not going to get it out here. He is just right on top of it, though.
97.
That was kind of the opposite of what you'd get out of like a Phil Taylor, where he'd leave that bed underneath and ride that third dart in. That one went
stacker.
underneath. Now Cheney, yes, the stacker indeed. Now Cheney dropping down to double 10. Oh, just inside. So DeBanke now, of course, a matter of preference. Do you go 20 double 16 or 12 double top? Looks like he's thinking about it himself, although I'm sure he already has it in his mind. Going 12 double top. Drop it down to the double 10, and he gets it. So Bam Bam, after a sluggish start, able to take away that first leg. So he holds throw. Cheney looking to do the same here.
55.
And that third one, used the first two as the markers, trying to get into that treble 20, but instead went a little errant and into the treble 5. But early on here in the second leg.
A little feeling each other out, Colin, you know? That early round, early legs dance, you know? Trying to
Now-
get comfortable. And
Now, as the historian, how often have these two gentlemen played against each other before?
they've met a few times on the CDC tour, but of course playing across the states in places like Nashville and Virginia Beach, they've certainly met quite a few times over the decade.
That's one of the fan favorites, Virginia Beach, and of course our hearts go out to all the people in Virginia Beach after facing tragedy, and so we're sending our love out to them. And we will be back in Chicago, shifting gears, Anthony, in August once again. In
Correct.
the suburbs of
August 10th and
Chicago.
11th, we open up the second half, if you will, back here in Chicago. After we all sort of take a summer break and convene in Las Vegas for the PDC.
Look at Cheney go. There it is. Knocks down the ton 80. Anthony, give us the call. You know
And
so
that's
well.
180.
There we go. I missed that. Haven't heard that since Ontario.
Good stuff. I'll miss you too. That's a love fest.
It's just the best bromance in darts.
But yes, sir, we all head out to Vegas in July to really mix it up in the desert heat in July. Independence Day, PDC US Darts Masters, and then we all come back here to Chi-Town in August and on to Philly, and the Big Apple hosts the big show, the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship.
Yes, I'm excited for that. Our first CDC championship and the first one that will be driving distance for me, and I know you feel the same way.
Big Apple, don't disappoint us.
56.
Oh, they won't. I know we've got some of our Big Apple friends out there. I saw Wayne Budgeon and Pat Gallagher out there.
Yep, Gary French, Michael Riley, Michael Burns, Bobby Freeman.
I saw Bobby Freeman has made it through the qualifier, if I'm not mistaken. Is that
That is
correct?
correct. He's made the big show.
99.
He said one of his goals is to make a stage and actually succeed. He said for some reason something just happens up there, and I said I wish I could understand it because I've never had stage fright, but I know it's a thing. So now Bam Bam trying to bring himself down to an out, not going to be able to do it, and that's going to give Cheney a chance to notch this one, and both players looking to hold throw against each other. So now when you're up like this, Anthony, do you think Cheney's going to go 18 double bowl, or is he going to
No,
you have to answer
sir.
quickly?
No, sir.
There you go.
Yeah. No,
And now
never in
he
a
leaves
million
himself
years
double
would
top.
anybody do that.
No, of course not. But then again, we used to say that about double-double, and that has become the thing.
Wait. Yes, I completely understand where Colin's going with this. We watched Joe Cheney throw at bullseyes one. Remember that event?
I
He
do.
just started shooting bulls for no apparent reason. Or maybe that was
I'm
me
sure
and
he had a
Jens.
reason.
I apologize. Like 2 years ago, Joe Cheney just shot bullseyes in the middle of a 501 leg.
Yeah, why not?
I thought he had a bet on it. Like,
We
watch
were
me.
not
I'll
aware
throw
of
with
it.
the bull. Double
It was about
top,
the
Joe
same
Cheney.
About the same time that gambling became legal. So that would make sense. And Cheney locks it up, and notches it at 1 apiece. So if there's some betting going on behind the scenes, we don't care. It's legal now.
Only in the great state of New Jersey.
That's true.
Did I say great state?
Yeah, you did. They've got beautiful shoreline. Come on.
32.
So 32, a number Bam Bam would rather have as an out, not open. Cheney is, I've noticed he's taking his time getting up to the line each time. Is that,
That's Joe Cheney's way, yes.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say
that's not a deliberate act. That's not a gamesmanship. Joe is going to play at Joe's pace.
I got to say, the stage is looking great, gentlemen. You guys did a wonderful job once again. Bam Bam steps up there looking for his first.
40.
And spoke too soon, comes away with a ton 40. He was looking for his first maximum. Give Anthony the opportunity to give his signature call, but had the rug pulled right out from under us. So now Cheney. Stacking.
60.
Oh. The foundation was a little too low. He did stack indeed, but it slid right in and under the treble 20. So now Bam Bam was pulling off a mustache I myself could never pull off.
I think you would look fantastic.
You are full of it, sir. I'm sorry to call you out like that.
It's a
I would
Deadwood
not.
mustache.
That is something else. He's got more hair on his upper lip than the man up at the Aki right now, Joe Cheney. Trying to split the uprights. No, he went to the 2 o'clock 18 marker and was not able to drop it into the treble.
Good looking shot there of a good looking shirt. Ed, a regular participant on the Dart Players Chicago Tour, sort of our host organization here in Chicago. Lots of great DPC players came out to support the event this week, and of course, our own Peter Cetera is the head of that organization.
And of course, the whole DP phenomenon that has swept the country quite literally started with the man who I'm sharing a booth with about 1,000 miles away, Mr. Anthony Eugenia. So
Almost 10 years now. Dart Players
has it
New
been that
York.
long?
It debuted in 2011. Next
I
year
remember
is our
the finals.
10th anniversary. Yes, Colin Cosell was our MC in our first finals, and the idea is simply to replicate this type of event, a CDC, PDC, long format event in a local, regional venue, and that's really what it is, to give local players experience, and it's worked out fantastically thanks to the great support of the New York, New Jersey Dart Players, and it's been great. And
Now I can't wait for DPAK. That'll be the Darts Players of Alaska.
The Alaska? We know we know we've made it if we hit Alaska. And let's see, did DeBenke take that out?
No, he left himself. He was going for the double top. So now Cheney with a 2-dart out, looking to get the first break.
Yeah, and they've warmed up a bit here. I mean, some good scores, 140, 123, 2 tons, another 140. So the boys are starting to boil.
And Cheney missed that opportunity there. You saw the disappointment on his face. Now Bam Bam looking to hold throw. Taking a page out of the Cheney book. Single 20. Oh, that drops into the double 6. So now just has to go 2 numbers up.
On the other side of that wire.
Pulling a Jim Morrison. Broke on through to the other side. Now Bam Bam goes up to the double 4. Taking his time. For you novices out there, wise move. No need to race through it. Take your time, size up your double. and hope it goes in, which it did not for DeBanke there. So now Joe Cheney. And he gets the first break of throw against Bam Bam. We'll see if he's able to ride that lightning here into leg number 4, which he, of course, will lead off. And if you're Bam Bam, Anthony, you let that one get away. How disappointed are you, and how quickly are you able to kind of, shovel that to the side and move on?
You have to immediately. You obviously let a leg get away, but it's absolutely gone and done. And that's where a top player's mind is going to be. I had as a guest yesterday Roger Carter, very accomplished, as we all know, a player, United States legend, if you will. And we spoke about just that. What does a top player, do they have the ability to completely push that aside and stay at the task at hand inside the leg? And he immediately said yes, and that's a complete departure too from an unsuccessful dart player such as myself, who would still be concerned about that leg that I made a mistake in, look at Joe Cheney.
Just outside. Anthony,
but great question, Colin. I mean, that's what sort of separates the men from the boys, if you will. The good player from the great player.
And to make it onto the big stage and to represent your country, the PDC, and the Worlds at the end of the year, it becomes a mix of all those things. The ability to do that on the stage with all the cameras in your face, to do it with the outside noise, to have the resiliency to bounce back from a bad round or a bad leg. And of course, you have to have the stamina to make it through the entire tournament. And that's what makes the CDC so great, as Cheney comes away with a 60 there. And it seems like Bam Bam has slowed down a bit. Still plenty of darts left to be thrown here. But if you're Bam Bam, you want to break right back. And what better way to do it? 2 trebles. Oh, and the third one gets away from him, comes with a 1, 2, 3. Is there a nickname for that, Anthony? In all my years, 25 years of being in and around darts, is there a nickname for the ton 23?
A 1, 2, 3, there isn't, but there certainly should be.
We call them, I'm going to call it Sesame Street. You're learning your numbers. Is that all right? Can we go with that?
An ABC, Sesame Street. All right.
Yeah, we'll go Sesame Street. The one, 1, 2, 3. Let's work with me.
An Elmo, if you will.
An Elmo, yes.
Well, I have a 3-year-old. I'm completely versed in Sesame Street at the moment.
I got to hand it to you, man. You sell yourself short on the darts, but you're a heck of a dart shot, and you also you somehow produce 2 absolutely beautiful children. Nice job, and beautiful darts there from Joe Cheney.
Great job by Joe Cheney, and great job by my wife producing 2 wonderful children.
Always give the credit to the wife. More life lessons in darts and in marriage from Anthony Eugenia, as DeBanke will not be able to get himself out here. Cheney's going to be looking for a commanding lead here. The double 12. The favorite out, the favorite double for a perfect.
It is the chosen route for many of a 9-darter.
There's a good marker. Oh, that one gets away from him. 15 left. Does he go for the 7? He does. That leaves him double 4. That's if and only if Bam Bam is unable to take down a 103. And what a statement he would make in doing so, breaking Cheney back.
Okay, Colin, a 103 is a must start on the bottom of the board.
100%. You go 19?
Well,
he does.
You have to go 19
84.
Because if you go up top, you're in a perilous place to make a mistake. A 1 and a 5.
Well, of course, but I was talking with bottom of the board if you go 19 or 17.
19, but I mean, you have a safety zone. Not everybody knows that.
Well,
but these guys
you can dance if you want to. Oh, Cheney lets that one get away. S S S F A A A A F F F F E E E E T T T T Y Y Y Y 8 8 8 8 double top. I just did the safety dance for
I
everyone. if
needed to
you're
let
wondering.
that breathe because that was brilliant.
Thank you. And now
Double
he's going to go for the
eight.
double 8. Oh, and it gets away from him. And now Joe Cheney joining me in the nut house. You can tell by my commentary so far. And there it is. So now he's got a commanding 3-1 lead. Sorry, Anthony, go ahead.
Now the madhouse it is for Joe Cheney. Sorry, Colin. I've been having fun with the folks by myself, and I'm used to jumping in there in the last 2 days. We got we got Mr. C with us here. We got to let Mr. C drive the ship.
No, not at all. I'd be like the Titanic.
So thanks everybody in the chat. I'm keeping an eye on everything.
I was just checking it as well to see if anyone was ready to take me to task for doing the safety dance, but luckily,
oh my goodness, how could anyone have any objections to a momentary safety dance? Please,
just
people.
A dance break mid-match, why not? The only rules that need to be followed are by the men at the Yaki.
So we've been talking all weekend, Colin. This is the Cosmo Classic weekend, so we want to thank Cosmo Darts for their support all year long, not only this weekend, but supporting the match play in Nashville and the Continental Cup at the end of the year. And if you want to get your hands on some great Cosmo products, you can get a $5 off coupon for a set of Fit Flight carbon shafts if you use the promo code FITCarbon5 at A2ZDarts.com or other participating retailers. You want to get geared up like the big boys, Colin.
You missed your calling in voiceovers. Yeah, that was really nice.
Thank you,
Local
Colin.
retailers. That was really nice. Those words would have escaped me. I also got to give kudos to Jeff Smith, who is donning the scoring responsibilities right now. Nice dulcet tones coming from him.
From one Jeff Smith?
Yeah. He's to banking to shoot first. It was just very nice and soft. There's a nice ton 40 out of Chainsaw. So Bam Bam or Chainsaw? Who is going to come away with it? You've got to think now, Bam Bam's at that point where his back is kind of up against the wall. It's going to take 4 legs for him to take down Cheney. It's going to take just 2 for Cheney to advance. And now 141. What a statement he would make with the win right here. First start perfect, 81. Gets away from 64.
Very interesting
beautiful
choice on that second dart. Good. He
what I would
repaired
have done.
things that would have left a double 15.
Unbelievable. So now Bam Bam. This is a must win here. Treble 17. Double top. Bam, bam, thank you, ma'am. He does it and makes it 3-2 now. And a little bit of pressure on Joe Cheney as Cheney will lead off here. Bam Bam held. But now Cheney looking to distance himself once again. And we saw in the chat room, one of his buddies said, sometimes it's a little slow to start and Bam Bam will turn it around. What better way to do it than that fantastic out?
As you said, his back completely against the wall. A must hold, and he gets it done.
Speaking of getting it done, I forgot to bring up the match earlier with Pipes Pulio, our American representative from the 2018 World Championship, rather.
Mm-hmm.
And off to a slow start there, and he really turned it around. And now Bam Bam looking to take a page out of the Pulio book. Talk about resiliency. That was an unbelievable performance. I turned to my wife Julia and I said, I think Chuck's in trouble.
And I
And lo
believe
and
he
behold,
was.
he turned it
I
around.
fully concur with that assessment.
Hard not to. He was down 3-0 at one point.
I don't want to speak because memory doesn't serve the exact how that played out, but there was a hole dug. Let's just put it that way.
Yes.
Yeah,
And he
I think
used
if
those
I remember
pipes
now,
to crawl back out of it.
Easton broke him in that first leg, and yeah, had at least a 3-1 lead, if not a 3-leg lead.
And of course, Eason, who had a great match yesterday in the round of 32, taking down Kylie Edmonds, who just took down Jeff Smith. And Eason beat Kylie 5-4 and then took Chuck to task, but Chuck was able to turn it around here. So it just shows the caliber of these players.
Amen to you. You got it, Colin. You did. I was going down the same road. I mean, that's what the CDC is these days. It's, an exchange of great names. It's, Edmonds playing Smith and Cheney and then Pulio and interchangeable from day to day, and the competition gets fierce.
I see our buddy Joey McCluskey has joined the chat room as well. One of the funniest members of the darts community. Whoa.
Good young man.
What just happened?
I
Cheney
do
is
not
now
know.
going to find his dart underneath the curtain. Do not look at the man behind the curtain. So DeBanke did not have an out. So he's just trying to set himself up. If and only Joe Cheney does not take this out.
Yeah, and the 94 is close. Puts a little bit of pressure on Joe. He knows Ed's got a 2-dart out.
Wow, he was going 16, 16, double 18. I love how Joe Cheney keeps us guessing, Anthony. He's been doing it for years.
Keeps you on your toes.
My goodness. And as we said,
Scolding
back
himself.
in the day. Can you believe it? Wow,
Double
that's
16.
a perfect first dart. Bam Bam to notch it up, and he does. So we are all square.
That was clutch.
Huge. And the gentleman in the chat room, whose name is escaping me right now because I'm not back in it, is absolutely right. He knows his Bam Bam. Pride and joy of Chicago at the Aki was able to break Joe, has won 2 consecutive legs and is looking to keep that going here in the 7th leg. Looked like Cheney was starting to run away with it. Ed DeBanke said, no, sir. Not in my city, not in my house.
Now, we watch these matches and we speak about an Edmonds playing a Smith and the Benkeys and Cheneys, and up next we've got Long versus Richardson as we open up a top 32 phase of our feature board, and people ask, how these matches should be, should and could be finals, and how are these guys playing each other? And this is the nature of the CDC, especially some players who are new to the CDC, as Edmonds and Smith are, and there's a player pool that's a really deep and talented player pool, and you've got to earn your way up to a seed and earn your positioning, and players like Edmonds and Smith are right now in there's a group that's seeded, and then there's an unseeded player tour card group that gets randomly drawn against each other, and when you're in that group, you're guaranteed to face another tour card holder in round 1, and boy, oh boy, you got to bring your A game.
Yes, it is unrelenting every step of the way from the round of 64 right down to the final, and we were talking about it. Mark Taggart and I, we were like a broken record when we were up in Ontario, how every single match we had seemed like it could have been a final. It was truly amazing, and it just speaks volumes to where 5 years in now, where the CDC is at, and how everyone in North America has caught wind of that. So now here we are in leg number 7. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a race to 5. Colin Cosell and Anthony Eugenia with you. God, it sounds so good. It feels so good to say that.
Great to be with you, everybody.
As now Ed is looking to get himself down to an out, not going to do it that way. Cheney with a chance here. Can he get the chainsaw mowing down a 156? First dart is perfect. Second dart just south of the treble and comes away with a perfectly nice ton. No harm, no foul, because Bam Bam will not be able to take this out, just trying to get himself down to a comfort zone, which we see much more traditional approach from Bam Bam than we do with Joe Cheney. Nice cover on that third dart. So what does Cheney do this time, Anthony?
One only knows. Double
He's
nine.
going back to that double 18, now to double 9, just outside. Wow, can you imagine if Bam Bam takes this out right now? Looking for 3 straight legs and suddenly putting Joe Cheney on the ropes. $64 remaining. He's going double pull, folks. Sizes it up. Oh, and it went north by about an inch. Yeah, by my standards, that would be a near miss. By those standards, that is a mile. Now, Joe Cheney, double 9, knocks it down, 1 leg away from advancing. Joe Cheney gets back into the winners column, breaks Bam Bam, stops the bleeding, and gets to lead off. If he holds throw, he will advance.
76.
So 76 trombones led the big parade for Joe Cheney. Now, Bam Bam able to step back, lick his wounds, and we'll see how he recovers from that last leg. Drops downstairs. That one got away from him, as did that one. Those, not the type of darts you'd expect from him at this juncture, Mr. Eugenia.
No, sir. He's actually sort of, the last 2 or 3 legs has brought his average up and is looking a lot tighter and better than that 46 would imply.
Both of these gentlemen slow to start. Were sizing each other up, it seemed, for at least the first couple, maybe 3 legs. And then suddenly Joe Cheney jumped out to a 3-1 lead. Next thing you know, it was 3-3. Cheney came back. Now it's 4-3. 79. Those darts are not going to do it, especially with Cheney knocking down ton 40s. And averaging a 108 in this leg. That brings him down to about a 104 or 105 average on this leg. So Cheney seems to be in cruise control. You think this is ton 80 time for Bam Bam, which he will not get. Nice cover on the third dart, but not the treble digit he needs to stop this runaway chainsaw. 140 for Joe Cheney. No rush here in his next round.
140,
We'll
100, 140. What a charge by Cheney.
Averaging 114 in this leg. Just really put the pedal to the metal. And now, does he go 9 double 18? Nope, he's going double top to advance. Good marker. Boom, and there it is. Joe Cheney takes down Bam Bam. Bam Bam was looking to run away with it, and Cheney put the brakes on the Bam Bam and the pedal to the metal for the chainsaw. And with that, Joe Cheney advances. So, Anthony, I will let you take us to commercial. I hope everyone enjoyed that, and I enjoyed being in the booth, and I look forward to some more matches with you tonight, sir.
Well, this is where I wanted to frame this, Colin. Are you you able to join us for another match, or are we stepping out for now?
I will be back in 2 matches.
Okay. Yes, we will. We look forward to being joined by Colin again as we finish up the day. We hope to have him back in for the semifinals and the finals. Correct?
Absolutely right, sir.
Excellent. All right, folks. You have something to look forward to, as you just
Don't
saw.
say
the
that.
Benke
Don't throw me
Cheney.
up like that.
What?
Don't sell it like that. People aren't going to watch.
Of course they will. You got to watch Mr. Colin Cosell. You got to tune in. The Benke Cheney. Cheney advances into the top 32. Thank you, Colin. We'll see Colin again. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We're going to be back in just a few moments with Jim Long versus Dave Richardson in the top 32 of event number 6, the part of the Cosmo Classic weekend. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2019 Magic Darts Championship Darts Circuit event number 6. Here we are, the Sunday of the Cosmo Classic weekend, and we really got a doozy here. A top 32 contest between Jim Long and Dave Richardson, best of 9 legs. Two guys have both played on the PDC World Championship stage. Dave Richardson won the North American PDC Spectacular a few years ago, advanced through that process. Jim Long, of course, came through the CDC last year and hit the PDC stage at the Ali Pally. Long's been a tour card holder for 2 years. Dave Richardson just jumped into the CDC in Philadelphia, came through the qualifiers, made a final, is a tour card holder, and boom, he's right in the mix in the main event. No more getting up in the early mornings. And I have a special guest for all you folks, more special guests. The one and only Scorpion, David Fathom. Hey, David, you on with us here? Give me a mic check. This is sort of on the fly, so.
I'm in here.
You're in here, okay. So
I was watching the live stream earlier.
I'll hear feedback from
and I had to
from
come
production
down here
if things don't work out.
Jump in it all.
Let me get this out of your way.
This is a big match. It's a big Canadian match, and both these guys are on the hunt for the Canadian PDC spot.
Yeah. Here we get out. We're gonna get our Dart Connect board up here so we can keep track of the darts, and that's what you should do at home, folks. It gives you a little perspective on how the guys are playing. And
you know, Dave didn't have a great day yesterday, but Dave's the kind of guy that
David?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Both these guys are talented dart players. You know what I love about Jim Long, and everyone that listens to any time I've been on here or the podcasts I do and stuff, is I'm a Jim Long fan. Jim Long's still looking to be better. He asked everybody in the room how to be better.
So that's the great insight. That's why I love having some of you guys in, and honestly, I've told you before, I love sitting and chatting with you personally. This is the stuff that we as fans love to hear about what goes on, you know, at that practice line, you know, or in between matches between top players. You know,
we were in the room earlier. It was me, him, and Chuck, and I go, oh, I'm the World Cup coach, but I don't get to play.
Very happy.
Maybe next year.
Very happy for those two lads. Going to go to Germany and another great
You know, the
world
thing is,
stage.
we've seen a huge influx of the Canadian players this year, and the Canadians are showing what I've always believed being a Canadian players. The Canadian players are great dart players, and the CDC tour this year has jumped way up in talent.
That it truly has, and there is no doubt. You know, we saw the impact of that in Philadelphia. I mean, the Philadelphia qualifier room was just overflowing with Canadian talent, and yeah, it's you know, inherently pushed everybody in the room. And look at this opening leg.
It's amazing.
Tons, you know, tons all around. Jim Long double 16 to take leg number 1.
And I'll be honest with you, as a dart player, that what Jim just did there with that 74 with 2 darts, that's what gives him confidence. It's not 180s and 140s, it's checking those 2 darters. Like I said, Dave's he's having a rough go of it of late, but he's the kind of guy that, I mean, his game's so explosive. He's like Kylie. I don't know what happened between Kylie and Jeff Smith, but I wanted to watch that one, but then I realized I was up next, so I had to go and get ready.
Kylie advanced.
Wow. Yeah.
Kylie advanced 5-1. They both played well, but they're both guys that we know can play better. You know, they had good little spots in each, but it, you know, wasn't a consistent charge. But they played well. But you know, in the sense that you knew either guy that advanced has the potential to really play well the rest of the day.
And
like,
that's the
you
thing.
know, Kylie.
Me and Kylie have talked because I've played him 3 times now. Fortunately, I've only won once. He can be such an explosive dart player, but for some reason you don't see him at the end of the day. And I think that's the experience factor part that he'll get more of.
Absolutely. You know, I mean,
you know, there's the experience of the weekend tournaments and there's the experience of this part. And he's a very explosive dart player. I played him in Vegas
It's-
last year. I mean, if you were going to ask me my 8 guys, I mean, Kylie has got to be one of those guys.
That's high praise. That's high praise, and it's not
Oh,
the
Jim's-
first player
Jim's-
that I've heard that from about Kylie. You know, and people may get tired of it, but I truly believe in it. So it's something we consistently talk about. As you said, there's always things to learn. There's different atmospheres. So it's not just a skill thing. It's a experience. Like
guys
you
are
said,
both walking
going
away.
late in the day is a learned ability.
Yeah, you know me. I'm around here now as the old dog.
Jim Long, look at
at
like
the
you said,
tops.
that confidence of that first setup shot,
And big
and
setup.
now he's 2 darts at that tops.
Yeah. The disappointment there, like the old dog. I come around to these qualifiers and tell them when they haven't qualified and they're in their street clothes and no darts. I go, why are you doing that? You should. The main event's on. You should be over practicing with the big guys, getting that feel of this game. Here we go, Jim. Big first dart, I think. Yeah,
And that it is. And
that's confidence.
Jim
right?
holds his throw after an opening leg break, right? You know, and give that break right back. But you've brought that point up before, and that's always an interesting point. Like, you've got a whole, especially say on a Saturday, you've got a whole Saturday now to go continue to play and mix it up with these top players. Take advantage of it. Go to school, if you will.
Yeah, too many people look at a disappointment of the losing in the qualifiers as a reason to put your stuff away and watch, but you don't watch. You pull your darts out and you come up to me, you come up to Jim Long or Dave Richardson's, John Parts and Darren Young, and throw on the board with them and pick the brain while you're throwing with them and learn from that opportunity. I think that is the reason you come to the CDC as a qualifier, is not to qualify and think you're going to come in here and make a dent, because honestly, I'm gonna bet most of you won't. Not the first time, but it's your opportunity to learn how to make that dent the next time.
That's simply wonderful, and that's why I appreciate talking to you, David, because that's it. It's you're learning. You will have the opportunity to later on, but you gotta take advantage of opportunities when you get them, and being in the room with guys like you is the opportunity, not to go right back home.
I'll tell you that first weekend in Philly when I saw all those talented dart players like David Richardson, Kylie, and so many of them in his qualifiers, and going, wow, that could be a final match with a top 16 guy. Now we're starting to thin it out the way it should be again. And
And it all fixes itself.
Yeah.
Look at Richardson after 12 on 38, and Jim's. I mean, goodness gracious, Jim's a ton 40 right behind him. But yeah,
Dave's having a brilliant game. He's, I mean, think about that, 38 after 12.
And there you
it's
go.
the
Look
13.
at that beautifully confident dart, big right in the middle of the bed.
Yeah, talented dart players and guys who have experience like Dave does and Jim does and stuff. Like yesterday, you guys were talking about being down 3-0, blah, blah, blah. How's that going to impact the mental? It's not going to impact the mental of an experienced dart player at all, because the 3-0 is one break. So when I'm up there, I can be down 3-0. I know that must be my start now. So now I become 3-1. I break you. It's 3-2. It's my start again. And we're right back to 3-3 over one game. It's not a big deal. That's why, I'm against the ADO system, right? 2 out of 3s and stuff like that. That's not even darts, because the whole time you play darts, you're nervous, and that's not what darts is about. Darts is about going up there and whacking the heck out of the dartboard, and that's what these two guys are going to do. You don't get nervous. All I'm going to tell you, as an experienced dart player, you don't get nervous until in a race of 6 or a race of 5. You're not going to get nervous until 3 or 4 down.
Fair enough, and that's it. That's
just not. If you did, you don't.
You wouldn't have got you. You
won't
don't
go
get in
there.
that position.
You
just
won't
don't
be a seed.
No.
Somehow I only have the ability to get to the top 8 every event, so I missed the top 8 once, and then I went past the top 8 once. So as an
Dave,
average,
it's always
going to
be his toughest critic.
Not bad for has been, but oh, here we go,
Well.
big darts.
There is a saying, I'd rather be a has-been than a never was.
Well, I like to say my new theme song is the not as good as I once was, but I'm good once as I ever was.
Amen to that. And look at these boys going.
Bang,
That's
that's
a
what I'm
180
saying.
from Jim Long. And Look at this. After 9 darts, Dave Richardson.
With 121 to break, though, I mean, he's blown that opportunity, but as much as that 180 was huge, a guy like Dave doesn't care.
He was still
Doesn't
at a
care.
121 after 9
Exactly.
in
He
a
goes-
perfectly
he goes,
fine
That's a
position.
really nice 180, but I'm going to whack the 121
Double
on it."
18.
That's
Yeah.
a good shot.
Then there you go. Jim Long holds his throw, keeps that break advantage, as you said.
Dave's coming around now. I mean, this game's only get higher. We're at 92 and 97. 97 and you're down 3-1. But that 3-1's only one break. It's one game difference right now. It looks like 3-1. Amateurs look at that and going, oh my God, I'm losing.
I mean,
But you're
that's a
not
perfect way to
losing.
put it. And I mean that respectfully, folks. You got to think of it that way, because I take it that way. You know, I played a bit and, local A player and whatnot. But so that was my issue. I would still be looking at that as a whole, bigger than
Yeah,
it should
you
be.
know-
An experienced player is an experienced player because he can make an assessment like that. It's one break, and that's all it is.
Most top dart players, and I'm really bad at this in a little bit of a way. When I'm starting, my foot's on the gas, and when you're starting, I'm coasting until you make a mistake. I will be there. I will
I'm
hang
just going to
around.
sit right behind you.
I'm going to hang around. If you make the mistake, I'll take it from you. But you have to focus on, and that's what's so funny about people's averages. If you really want to look at a guy's average, look at the games he went first in, and then look at that average, because it's significantly different than what the game averages.
That's the one you should be pushing hardest in,
Yeah,
and
I'm a
just
fan of
put,
the
like,
first
doing
9.
your business.
You know, I don't like to talk about averages, but if you start looking at first 9s, that talks about how consistent you are as a dart player.
And Jim Long with
Jim's
back-to-back ton
whacking it.
40s. We love ton 40s around here. Ton 40s is the big number I like.
Jim knows what position this is, you know. He can double up the break. It's funny to me because over these 2 years, the expansion Jim's made is amazing. From he showed up going, hey, I want to step up to the next level and have a good time. And I remember me and him having a conversation about maybe beverages intake and
Stuff
change
that's
of
important.
change of attitude of
Double
going.
20
you're
for
not here
Jim, and look at that.
You're not here
when
for a
he's
good time.
moving, that's the dart you see, middle of the bed.
And
Great stroke, but go ahead as we,
Yeah, no,
here we go.
he-
Just to set the tone again for everybody, as a reminder,
shift
this
of
is a top.
attitude.
It's a top 32, so we're still at the best of 9 stage. So it is first to 5. So Jim is stepping to the line here to advance to the top 16, and Dave is going to do his best to fight him off. He needs to break, and so as you said,
we're talking
there's-
about 96,
there's
91s.
factors about beverage intakes and changing mindsets.
attitudes, because you're no longer in the pub, right? We're not going to be professional yet, but one day we might. And we're the most professional we can be at this time. And that's how you have to approach this game. I mean, the thing is, we're not here like a lot of people. I appreciate everyone that's out there that goes out on a Friday night to have their one night away from their wife to play the blind draw, or you're playing your one night of league to get away. But then you have to appreciate these two guys that come out here on a dart tournament, and they're not here to be your buddy. We're not. We're just not. When we toe in, we're here to smash you in the face and move on to the next round and win this dart tournament.
It's a competition.
Exactly.
It's a competition.
It's not a
and-
friendly game. We're all friends off the board.
100%. But
That's why I'm
when
the
the
first
event
one
is
help
on, it's a
Jim or
competition.
Chuck Pulio and that things. When we see each other something in our game that we go, hey man, I just noticed something changed in your game. We're the first ones to tell each other, go, because the better I make you, the better I become, because I have to be.
yes,
Dave's brilliant. I mean, he's just, both these guys are brilliant. I love both the demeanors. Like, you can't tell who's winning or losing by
we
looking
fell
at
into
them.
a great match for you to sit on. I absolutely agree.
Oh, that Jeff Kiley match, I loved it on that one. Look at Jim. He's on and out of control. He's out of control, Jim Long. Maybe that's his new name.
And 3-ton 40s puts him in a position after 12 darts with a look at double 18 to advance into the top 16.
You know what's funny too is because guys will ask you, what were you thinking about when you shot like that? He's not thinking about anything. The dart comes out of hand, it goes in the triple 20, it goes in the double, and you just go, it's in.
Now, what did we do there?
Bad math. He went for the 2 to set up the 16.
Okay.
And just took it for granted. And now
He was
Dave's gonna
looking to
put
make
some heat. Dave just puts the heat on
Oh
that.
boy,
bastard,
that's a
didn't he?
180 from Dave Richardson. Yeah, Jim was expecting to come back up.
Doesn't
He gave
matter.
up on that double 9.
He's a pro. He'll take care of this business. Oh yeah, now he's gonna think about it. But there's heat on Dave here. I mean, he hit the 180. He didn't want to leave 4. Yeah, good shot.
And Richardson
There
gets
you go.
that break, gets one of those breaks back.
Yeah. But I mean, the CDC is definitely getting to show the world, or America at least, the Canadian dart level. It's all these guys are talented that are coming down
Really
here.
talented. We agree. There's
You know,
there's talent on both sides of the border, but the
I know,
Canadian
game's getting
talent
better.
just
the CDC. If you look at the averages, they're all crawling up. You know, I was looking at yesterday. We didn't talk about this. I want to talk to you about this because you're a stats guy like I am, and so I looked at the DPA darts players of Australia. I looked at the Asia tours, and our averages are right in there.
wonderful
Our
comparison.
average is right in there, except when you look at the last 16s, 8s, and 4s,
Okay.
there is guys rolling 100 averages
Okay.
and 95
They
and
finish
97
stronger.
averages.
Or the more
we
select.
haven't-
There's a
nope.
more select group.
We haven't developed that group of players that are
Okay.
averaging the 95
Okay.
and above.
But I've never gone towards
But
it.
as a whole,
Yes.
our group is great. But we need to push each other to get to this kind of match right here.
Yes.
Right. This is the kind of match I'm seeing on their matches all the time. In the end, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I completely understand. Right here, we're looking at 2 players that are putting in a lot of 3-digit scores,
Yeah.
mid-90 averages, crisp on their outs. Oh, Richardson didn't want to leave himself with a
6.
double 3. All right, let's see. Well, Jim's still, of course, right here in a position after 9 to advance.
You know, and again, anyone that's listened to me when I talk about Jim Long's match, that expression on his face is what I love. There's none, and that's what you got to be as a dart player. Just got to be in it. Dave's the same.
Dave to hold his throw and save his position in this tournament,
See?
and he does.
No expression. I mean, I aspire to be like these 2 guys. Unfortunately, I show a lot of emotion at times. And when I'm showing emotion, I'm losing. That's a hint for you guys. Don't do that.
.123, the Sesame Street for Jim Long. But David, as I said, I think that's a perfect way to start to get a picture of where we are as a group, CDC North America. Where are we going on a global stage? Look at Australia.
Yeah, Australia's
look
been
at-
doing it a little bit longer.
Look at Asia.
I was actually surprised. I'll be honest, because I play a lot in Asia, and I was surprised by the averages the Asians are putting out there, and perfect games being thrown out there.
Yes.
But it's the Filipinos, and I've always talked about the Philippines. It has a huge amount of talented
Yeah,
dart
what I've
players
heard is
that
if,
are there.
if
It's a
they don't have the
third-world
money to
country.
travel, if they
It's-
did,
exactly.
they'd make a major impact on
And
the world
darts to
darting
them
scene.
is a job, even going to blind draw.
Sure.
So when you're talking about a guy that is looking to eat tomorrow because of the blind draw, he's going to be a lot more aggressive than we are. That's going, oh well, you know,
We're going
I didn't
for fun
quite
to
pay
have
my
a
bar
couple.
tab.
Sure,
You
have
know.
a couple drinks and have a good night out. They're looking to go shopping tomorrow.
Yeah, Lawrence O'Gowan, you know, a friend of mine, and he does a lot of the soft tip, but he's a brilliant steel tipper. He's been in the world championships a few times for BDC. And I did the math one year. We were sitting there between the soft tip and the steel tip that he won, and in American dollars, he won $1.2 million.
Wow.
That was the impact on his family's life in the
Yes.
Philippines. For me and you to win $1 million was like what he did, but at 10,000 to 15,000,
Sure.
10,000 to me and you is, hey man, that's great. We can hang out for a little bit.
It's life changing in the Philippines.
But life changing in the Philippines. You're buying a house. You know, you can't compete with that aggressiveness, and that's why England. I don't know if that will ever catch up with England until the legalized betting's changed in America, and that's where here we go. That would be a brilliant. Still a brilliant shot.
Still fantastic with
But the
Dave on
legalized
200.
betting for me is the most exciting thing as a dart player because I know being in PDC in the early days, the betting is where the money comes from. So if the American laws change on the betting, we can see
Without
darts,
a doubt,
we
and
can
that's
see
part
darts
of
changing.
that's part of what we've sort of long-term plan looked at is the idea to, and here we go. Let's make sure we don't miss Jim Long looking to advance again, double top.
His looks changed a little bit there.
Oh boy.
Yeah, his
And
look
quickly, I'll
changed.
just to finish that point, exactly the idea that we want to present when it does open up betting in this country, a track record of results and tournaments and so on and so
Yeah,
forth,
you
and
need the
statistics.
stats.
You need to present something to
Dave's
the betting
making a
houses.
move on his 142 here. Yeah, I met people
You
know
need
I play a
something
lot of soft tip,
concrete.
and I met with the William betting people over the soft tip because they wanted to start laying bets on soft tip. So the interest is out there from the betting community.
Double 10,
I gotta tell you, I
double
think
2
double
for
5
Jim
is the
Long
worst
to
double
move on
the
to the
dartboard.
top 16. Oh boy, Dave Richardson now with a great opportunity to get that second break back.
Yeah, and his start.
Double top.
Bam.
And Dave
And now he has to
Richardson
start.
gets it done. 52 out in 3 darts. This match is tied 4 legs apiece.
This is what Dave does. Though.
And
Dave
Dave
comes,
Richardson.
I was unfortunately marking the match when he played Kylie, and Kylie was up 4-0 on him. He came back to beat Kylie 5-4. I mean, that's some talent on Kylie.
And it goes, yeah, absolutely talent, but it goes back to the demeanor of both these guys, as you said, just going to march along one leg at a time, and
Play the game you're in.
yes,
Anthony James, where are you going?
This is showing a little nerve right there.
this is the first match that we're bringing to you in the top 32 of today's event number 6. So we're gonna now bring another few matches to you from the top 32. So Long Richardson, top 32. Winner advances to the top 16, of course, best of 9. And
Let me tell you this. I posted it when I was watching as a fan earlier, and I'll say this. The level of the streaming improvement this year is amazing. I really
thank
believe
you,
it's
and that
a
goes
professional job now.
clearly at the feet of David Irete and Kevin Mollenfont.
Yeah,
and
me and
their
Dave
hard
fight
work.
sometimes on stuff like that, but
What?
But he is the pro. Bam! Especially like the commercials and the slides that are in there now. It's
Looking good.
Class A, buddy.
Appreciate
Class A.
that, Mr. Fathom, and appreciate that, folks. And ultimately, the point of it is to show the proper respect to the game and its players, and to present it in the way that we believe it deserves.
Yeah.
It deserves to be presented to the world
Now
in the
all we need
highest
is the
quality
betting.
fashion.
Now all we need is the betting, and the
Well,
money
what
will
we do
follow.
need is the betting, and I believe you the same way. I believe the interest is there from the betting houses, right? But they need legitimate history.
Well,
and-
the American law changed this year. We got to wait and see how
but
that
I'm saying,
rolls out.
David, that they need to know,
Ooh,
that
90, good
the,
shot there,
the odds
145.
and the things that they're going to lay odds on are legit, and they have a track record, right? It's not that
Yeah.
somebody say so is a number 1 seed, right? And the betting favorite, and quite frankly as well, they're looking to see how much money
here's-
is at stake
I have a
here.
stat for you that you probably haven't realized yet, and you are a stat guy. Can you tell me who Darren Young has lost to this year?
Not off the top of my head, no, because he hasn't
All
lost
Canadians.
all Canadians, and then two finals.
Just kidding. It is true though.
Yeah.
But Darren is
Look at-
he's locked up the PDC berth for next year. I'm pretty sure.
He's in really good position.
And Darren's
It-
just
a
so
run can be made, but I think without a doubt, Darren, after coming up
I'm just
short,
saying that because I'm probably going to have to
coming up
play him in 2 rounds. So. And I'm being Canadian, I'm going to tap him.
is Canadians are his Achilles heel.
Yeah.
All right, let's
He's
see.
lost to Jim. He lost to me. He lost to Matt.
It's all going to get decided right here, folks. 66 for Jim Long,
And Dave really gave this one away. I think if he ends up losing
52 tops for Jim Long.
this. One dart. Bam.
And there
That's all
it
he
is.
needed.
Gentlemen, Jim Long advances into the top 16 with a 5-4 victory over Dave Richardson. And folks, it was my true pleasure to have David
you, buddy.
Fathom sit in, and we're going to wish him luck. He's still alive, so we may very well see David Fathom on our feature board later on this evening.
No.
All
I'm
right?
not good enough to get on TV anymore.
Thanks for watching. Thanks, David.
guys.
Keep tabs on all the social media, folks.
You guys got to come out here and play the qualifiers. And then if you're unsuccessful in the qualifiers, you hang around and learn the lessons that need to be learned.
In 5 seconds, I'm going to give you some info, folks, from production. Are we coming up with another match? Right back. Are we going to break or no? Okay. All right, folks, I'm going to sit with you here. I'm going to get you information on who the next match is coming up. Maybe we'll even ask the production guys to give us a shot of the big room, and before I even said it out loud, they give it to us. That's the way a well-oiled, well-oiled machine works. Julio getting a fresh drink of water, some high-octane H2O. And the next match we are going to bring to you is, as I've said, another top 32. Sean Brenneman versus Danny Pace. Brenneman Pace coming up in just a few moments. We're getting everything set up on the feature board, and while we do, we see Dan Burke there. Let's see who's still active in this tournament. Let's take a Dart Connect peek into the bracket. This again is event number 5 in Skokie, Illinois. Part of the Cosmo Classic weekend, the 2019 Magic Darts Championship Darts Circuit. And it is, of course, the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship in New York City. So let's see. Top 32 matches still going on out there. Young, Gallagher. We're going to see Brenneman and Pace moving down the line. Our friend David Fathom is going to play Joe Cheney in a few moments. Right there, we see him on board number 2. Jim Long, just coming off the stream, will play yesterday's champion Matt Campbell down there on the floor. And Larry Butler is playing Dan Burke, I believe. He's over there on board 4. Yeah, all right, stay with me, guys. Yep, right there. That's going to be 4. Matt Campbell's going to be warming up. I think Matt's going to be playing, in a minute on that board. And that's Larry Butler. There we go. Larry Butler and Dan Burke. Let's see that for a few throws. Dan Burke is a USA Dart Productions sponsored player. Also Dart Brokers, who are supporters and partial sponsors of our junior events. And Dan just won a Bull Shooter World Soft Tip Championship right here in Chicago last weekend. We saw Chuck Pulio there moving on down the line. He's playing a qualifier that's still alive in Ben Garner. Jimmy Damore, Chicago's own Jimmy Damore, playing Kansas City's Paul Schwindeman. I believe Paul is Kansas City. I may be wrong. And then all the way down, Bobby Freeman versus Gino Florian. Look at that. Bobby Freeman, Dart Players New York, Dart Players New Jersey, veteran. You want to see, give me Bobby Freeman for a minute, everybody. Yes, Bobby Freeman in the orange and yellow shirt. Bobby Freeman is the success story on why DP works. Bobby Freeman is a local player who came out, Dart Players New York, Dart Players New Jersey, plays, and says, I may get knocked out, top 32. I'm going to get knocked out, top 32, but you know what? I'm going to break through 1 year. 2 years ago, Bobby Freeman breaks out. He's making top 16. You know what Bobby Freeman makes now? Top 8s and top 4s, and soon Bobby Freeman is going to be a DPNY champion. Take it to the bank. Bobby Freeman came here and came through the qualifiers. He's in the main event of the CDC. DP works, everybody. DP works. So we got a great floor tournament still going on. We're just hanging in there while we get, let me get back Brenneman. And I gotta make my note on my little clipboard here. Yep, Brenneman. Let's see here. Let's get back to my information page. Sometimes right along with you guys. I'm on Facebook, I'm on the website. Brenneman, Danny Pace. Let me get that down so we... Check. Check. Copy that, production. Copy that. All right, we hope everyone's having a good time. We appreciate, we just saw Dan Lauby coming through. All right, we're going to give you a little transition piece, and then we're going to come right back with our match. All right, everyone, welcome back again to Skokie, Illinois for event number 6 on the 2019 Magic Darts Championship Darts Circuit. This is the second half of the Cosmo Classic weekend, and everybody's on the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship in the Big Apple, New York City in October. Coming up now is a top 32 match, Sean Brenneman versus Danny Pace, best of 9. We've seen Brenneman this weekend. We've seen Danny Pace this weekend. I want to thank everybody on the web peeking in. We appreciate everybody on the stream. I see my lovely wife and family. Good evening and hello back in New York. Appreciate the support, as we always do. Can't do anything without our family. And it's pretty cool that you guys are peeking in. And we are off and running. Brenneman Pace. Brenneman with the throw. Everybody here on the stream, please like our Facebook page, our YouTube channel. Share this stream with all your friends and family. Just a random thought, David, about the break, that Facebook sort of kicking us off thing. Just a reminder. Like and share and get this out to everybody so they can enjoy just like you are, and we appreciate you joining us tonight. We're at the top 32 stage, which means we've got a lot of great games coming up. Top 16s and as usual, a great quarter, semi, and final, and we will be bringing back our friend Colin Cosell to help us finish up this evening. Danny Pace coming out really solid, 133, followed by a 140. Good solid ton by Sean. As we've heard by some of our, experienced players that have sat in this weekend, long format is a completely different animal. It's about focus, concentration, staying in the long game. Leg one, getting things underway, feeling your pace, a new environment if you're up on the feature board. It's what experience is all about. We saw Danny Pace up here yesterday. The more and more you experience things, the more and more comfortable you are, and the better your game is going to be when you get that big opportunity.
we're not up there. We might be
Now Danny Pace stepping to the line to take our opening leg. He needs a double 16, and he gets a double 16. Holds his throw, moves on. Brenneman. Brenneman just a little bit off there. Look at Danny Pace. We watched Danny play yesterday. First couple of legs, didn't seem to really find his form. Was, you could tell a little bit frustrated. Then that magical little switch goes off. He makes a real late run in yesterday's match. Got comfortable, found his form. And boy, oh boy, he brought that right away. He's bringing that right away here in the first two legs. Looking really solid. Scoring well. Oh, even though a little shake of the head, I think that ton is, pardon me, certainly a fine ton at that moment. Another ton here puts Danny in a great position to take the first break of the match. Even though that misstep down there, Danny still came away with the ability to take this out. A large one indeed, but still doable. Now Sean Brenneman, 118 to hold his throw. Unable to accomplish the feat, and see if Danny Pace can show him how to get it done. Just verifying the score. .54 shot, 64 remaining. Double. Can't pull it off. But boy, oh boy. Some razzmatazz by Danny Pace. Double 5 for Sean Brenneman to hold his throw, and he gets it done. No, Danny, it's your throw. You're right. You get up there. 1-1. Everybody on par, and away we go. Opening ton by Brenneman puts him in a good footing to make a attempt at a break. Danny's looked pretty comfortable, scoring pretty well. Sean has not. Sean's well below his normal average. Haven't seen, he's a real good scorer, is Sean Brenneman. You haven't seen that yet, just on other sides of the wire of the chosen wires. Ton 40. Sean Brenneman maybe starting to find a little range. Ton 40 in this leg. Don't forget, everybody, every time to gear up for the summer darts action. We've got the PDC US Darts Masters coming up July 4th week at the Mandalay Bay, Vegas. You head to www.pdc.tv for the information on that. The CDC Match Play in Nashville, late July. That's now an open event to the public. There's a cap on it. Go check out champdarts.com, featuring the top CDC stars with anyone that wants it. Oh, Danny Pace, 2 in the bed and a third one bounced out. Unlucky for Danny Pace. If you're going to be in Nashville for the Music City, look into the CDC Match Play. It's a match play event, must win by 2 legs, and $2,500 up for grabs. Don't miss out on the CDC Match Play. Danny Pace with a stab at a 160 to hold his throw to beat back the Brenneman challenge. And Sean Brenneman takes out first break of throw in this top 32 match. Sean Brenneman is an Ontario, Canada player. He made the stage last year, as a matter of fact, in that PDC US Darts Masters. Notably as well, a 9-darter in the Virginia Beach Classic 2 years ago. One of, I believe, Dart Connect's first 9-darter. A lot of great stuff coming this summer, and you want to have the right equipment in your dart case. You want to be prepared, and the place to go is A2ZDarts.com. You want to get your Cosmo Fit Flight carbon shafts, and you want to get your shot darts. Check out that great line of dart products, and you can also get a couple bucks off by using the Fit Carbon 5 coupon code for $5 off a carbon shaft set. You don't want to walk into the PDC US Darts Masters qualifiers not prepared. You need the right equipment, and the place to go is A2ZDarts.com. If you want to go check out the rest of the tournament here, the rest of Event 6, you go check out the digital steel bracket at dartconnect.com. You can see all the games in real time. You can see the bracket, everybody's progress. It's just an absolutely wonderful tool, and it's a real great addition to any dart fan to not only enjoy our stream, as we hope you are, but you open up a whole bunch of Dart Connect information, and it's an amazing dart experience, really enjoyable. And here we go, Danny Pace. Right under the wire. And Sean Brenneman with a 78 to hold his throw, to push back that pace challenge of a break back. And there he goes, 2 darts, confidently tells you that he is the man. And there you go, a little bit. Sean Brenneman opening up to it of 140. I think we've gained that confidence, that trajectory, that feeling of that comfort zone that dart players so desperately search for. And I think Sean Brenneman's about to go on a good run here. Great first dart, but begging for 2 more to follow. Only comes away with a 100. .99 from Danny Payson. He's disappointed. He expected that 19 to land. Big happenings out on the floor. Go check out Digital Steel. I mean, it's just amazing, some of the names that come through, some of the names that get knocked out. I mean, the competition is completely fierce these days. I see Larry Butler advancing and Joe Cheney advancing, Darren Young advancing, all headed towards fantastic darts on our feature board this evening. Leonard Gates is still alive. Chuck Pulio still alive. Danny Lauby advances over. John Part 5-2. Joe Huffman is still alive. What other notable things? Look at that. That is an array of dart players all coming to you tonight on the CDC feature board in conjunction, in partnership with USA Dart Productions. And Sean Brenneman with a second break of throw, a huge second break of throw, putting him in a 4-1 position. This is a best of 9, top 32, on the precipice of advancing to the top 16. As we've heard, some guests speak about, players be concerning with a break of throw. 1 break may not be concerning, but I suspect 2 might be. Proud to bring you this feature broadcast this weekend and all along the weekends this year through our production arm of the CDC, ICE Productions. Doing our best to bring you the best darts in North America, period. Don't forget to hit all the notification bells on Facebook and YouTube. You get an automatic notification when we go live. So you click on that little icon and boom, it brings you right to the event, and you can enjoy us and get notified no matter where you are. If you're poolside, working, shopping, doing anything else important, there'll be nothing else more important than watching CDC. You put together a great for future events. You put together a watch party, have a afternoon, evening luck of the draw on a Saturday night, Sunday evening. Put on some CDC darts, get inspired, and fling them yourself, and everybody enjoys. Great thing for a venue owner to bring in. Feature the best talent darts in North America has to offer. Well, here we go. Sean Brenneman going to look to really set himself up to put this match away. Doesn't really do it. Danny Pace with a 1-6-1. Not the easiest of outs, but at a minimum, looking to set himself up for a 1 to 2 dart out to put a lot of pressure back on Brenneman with that 1-3-9. Oh, and unfortunately, Danny doesn't even do that. That's not going to pressurize Brenneman in the least. And Pace comes back up to save his tournament life with a 1-2-3, which is not the easiest of mid-level 100 outs. Got to move around the board a bit. Now it's double 18 to give a shot at a bullseye, and he can't make that happen. So now it's all about setup, kids. It's effectively still using this third dart, not giving it up. If you get it back, you want to be in the right position. He may not have hit his intended target, but he put the thought into it, and that's the first step. Not to throw it away in disappointment. And see, he gets another shot at it. And here's Danny Pace to pick up his second leg of the match with a 68, 48 remaining, 16-8, 16 for double 16. And Sean Brenneman steps to the line with double 20, now double 10 to advance to the top 16 of event number 6. Double 10 it is. Sean Brenneman is your winner and will now advance to the top 16 over Danny Pace, 5 legs to 1. And coming up next, folks, the final on this match, Sean Brenneman, 5 legs to 1 over Danny Pace at the top 32. So Sean Brenneman will advance to the top 16 of event number 6 here at the 2019 Magic Darts Championship Darts Circuit. And a look out here on the floor, Chuck Pulio, Leonard Gates, Joe Boom Boom Huffman. Okay, coming up next, folks, we're going to take a little break, I assume, production. And we're going to wait. We've got a match lined up. Danny Lauby is going to be on our feature board next once we return, and he will be playing the winner currently right there on board 8. If you want to, we can stay here for a moment. Joe Huffman and Gino Florian on 8, and the winner of that will play Lauby on our feature board next. Production, do we want to stay or are we going to take a break? Okay, folks, we will be back 10 to 15 minutes. Thanks for joining us. Please return, and we'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. This is Anthony Eugenia, and we're back at the 2019 Magic Darts Championship Darts Circuit event number 6. And look at that. Look at our next matchup here. Danny Lauby versus Joe Huffman, top 8, that first quarterfinal, best of 11. And we saw a piece coming out of the break, the U.S. Darts Masters. You do not want to miss this July in Vegas at the Mandalay Bay. You see Gary Anderson lifting his Las Vegas trophy, and a better time cannot be had than Vegas in July with the PDC. Don't miss it. Book a trip today. So here we go, folks. Buckle in, put a pot of coffee on, whatever you need to do to stay awake, because this is going to be fast and furious. Danny Lauby, Joe Huffman, quarterfinals. It's going to move. Don't blink. Don't miss it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a top 8. That's Title 1. Single in, double out, best of 11. Danny Lauby and Joe Huffman. Joe to throw first. Game on.
We still have matches going out on the floor. This is our, let's see, we are at the quarterfinal stage. We are evenly and squarely underway. And we are underway at the quarterfinals. Young versus Cheney, Campbell versus Butler, Pulio versus Demore, and Lauby Huffman are your 8 quarterfinalists in event number 6. One of them will be hoisting up the event number 6 trophy at the end of this evening. Who will it be? Let me know in the chat who you think out of those 8 participants will be the event 6 champion. You can follow along at dartconnect.com. You can see the bracket and all 4 matches up and running in real time. And here we go. A rematch of a final this year. Danny Lauby came out ahead of that in event number 4, lifting his 2nd CDC trophy. Actually, both of these gentlemen, as we know, have been on the stage, on the PDC Vegas stage, both making the U.S. Darts Masters last year. And here we go. Joe Huffman, first one near the finish line. Can he get over it with a 42 after 15? Hits the triple 10, going for a single, but it still leaves him right in the neighborhood. Double 6, double 3. But Danny Lauby not able to make a stab at the first leg, back on 204. And double 3 it is for Joe Huffman. First dart in the first leg to hold his throw, and we march on. Great 2 cover shots down there for Joe Huffman to answer that 1-2-5 with a 1-3-4 of zone. Huffman's been a really great addition to the CDC roster. Joe was with us a couple of years ago, came back in full this year, and it's he's really added a lot of great matches to the stream's repertoire, and we look forward to a lot of great things. Obviously, a guy that you definitely have pegged to lift the CDC trophy and not the too distant future, possibly this evening. But he's going against although young, a very experienced young veteran, if you will, in Danny Lauby. As I said, Danny's got 2 CDC trophies of his own now. No easy feat. A 2-time United States representative in the PDC Youth World Championship just a few years ago. And look at Huffman. 108 shot. And a double 7. takes care of the second leg, giving him the first break of the match. And follows that up with a 140. And Danny's got to get to work a little bit. Looking for a little cover downstairs, wasn't able to pick it up. And we've got a best of 11 here. We've got a whole lot more legs to come, and I think things are going to get hotter and better as we progress in this match. Let these guys really find a rhythm and a form, and we've seen Danny multiple times on our CDC feature stream, and he's a rhythm player, being a musician, and you can see that rat-a-tat-tat when Danny Lauby the second really kicks it into gear. 164, bullseye. You're looking at the new Shot Bandit, the next generation of Bandit boards with ultra thin wires, and that bull is a good-looking bullseye and a good-looking double 4 for Joe Huffman. Breaks it down to go with a smarter route down the double 4, and he accomplishes his task. Now, obviously, there's you can talk about with Danny Lauby with 25 remaining. There's is that a smart play with Joe to hit that 10? He didn't want to get complicated with the double 9, hitting a single 9, so on and so forth. Obviously, when a plan works out, it's the smart way to go. But obviously, a point of discussion. Lauby first one at the out with a 144 proposition. And Joe Huffman, 3 in the bed, a 177 for boom, boom, Joe Huffman to really pressurize that 144 shot. Lauby recovers a little bit, but here's Huffman. Oh, boy. It makes this a much more difficult shot than it had to be. Great recovery from Joe. 58 shot. I'm trying to do my gazintas. I believe he has that double 9 that he didn't want to deal with in the last leg. It was a double 14, obviously, that he just went after it. Oh, I haven't proposed myself to be any type of Einstein. I need my socks and shoes off to make sure I get it right a lot of times. But this is that double 7 that Joe hit to finish off that big out 2 legs ago. Got to break it up now, and he does not. Gets in that perilous spot. Can't hit the big number, and Danny Lauby back with a double 10. Boom. Takes it, puts the first mark on his side of the ledger. Holds his throw, which is obviously objective number 1. .140 from Joe Huffman. Good solid ton by Danny. And that's it. Joe Huffman with his darts. That's a good solid turn there, and that sort of puts the pressure back on Danny to really up that and sort of requires him to hit 140 and even more, and he doesn't. And now Joe in the driver's seat, another 140. And let's say Joe Huffman, 121, bullseye. Oh, just a little bit outside. And if we recall, memory serves, just nearly a month ago, Joe Huffman went out on a lead against Mr. Laube in that event number 4 final to see Laube stay in it, fight back a bit, and eventually take that title. And there's Joe Huffman to take a 4-1 lead. Again, taking out a 3-leg lead against Laube. And let's see how this plays off, see if Huffman is able to stay in there and fight off the advancement of Laube. Joe's playing a really solid game here, shooting a 90 average. Ton 40 from Laube. Joe's looking solid 4-1. It's a race to 6 here at the this is our quarterfinal stage. We got 3 other quarterfinals in play out on the tournament floor. And Danny's just doesn't have that rhythm that we've seen when Danny's really rolling, and when he's on, those cover shots are going in. 140 for Joe Huffman again. That's what you do. 140s win championships. 188 after 9 darts. A ton here puts him in a great position. And that's it, doing the work. A ton 40 even, all the better. A massive amount of pressure on Danny Laube. Finally finds a cover shot there, but not enough to really put any big objective on Joe. Missing the big scoring number for Huffman. I think 8 for Joe Huffman. All right, here's Danny's shot. 16 double tops, and there he goes. See if this is the start of the Danny Laube fight back. Holds his throw, job number 1, and he's got a break before time runs out. And now Joe Huffman's simple task is to hold his own throw. He holds his throw, he advances. He's got 2 more legs to put on under his belt. 140 Dan Laube. Things slowing down a tad bit for Danny Laube, not finding that rhythm and form as we spoke about. Huffman still chugging along. And that's a 180 for Joe Huffman. Huffman, big opportunity, 66 after 12. Double top, Joe Huffman. He picks it up to go 1 leg away from a semifinal berth here in event number 6. Back-to-back tons from Danny Lauby as he makes his stand to stay alive in event number 6. 140 from Hoffman. Danny on a bogey. Just going to look to, there you go, set it up with a 130. Double 18 when he goes. Double 18 for Danny Lauby to pick up leg number 8. Tighten this match up a bit, 5 legs to 3. And now is the time for Danny Lauby to get that break back. It's an absolute must. Joe Hoffman is in the driver's seat, 5 legs to 3, 92 average. Hold his throw, and he's in the semifinals. Sounds easy, huh? 140 for Joe Hoffman. .140 reply from Danny Lauby. You don't want to miss out on any of the other quarterfinals. They're all still in play, all in action. Go to dartconnect.com and pull up event number 6, and you can check it all out. There you go. All the other 3 quarterfinals in play. Good stuff here at event number 6 in Skokie, Illinois. Part of the Cosmo Classic weekend. Joe Hoffman, 45 remaining. Just going to set up his outshot. He will get a look at it as Lauby's back on 196. 133, and Joe Hoffman will step to the line. His foot on the Aki at double 16 to advance to the semifinal. Unsuccessful. Danny Lauby with a 138. .98, hoping and a praying that he gets to see that double top. Nope, boom, boom, puts in a double 16, and he is your first participant in the semifinals. Joe Hoffman advances 6 legs to 3 over Danny Lauby. And now let's go take a look and see what's going out on the floor. Let's get you an update here. All 3 matches in play. Let's go to dartconnect.com, pull up DCTV. No, folks, we're gonna let one of these quarterfinals finish up so you can follow along at Dart Connect, all right? And then when we come back, we're gonna see you with a semifinal match, and I'll be rejoined by our friend Colin Colsell. All right, enjoy a couple pieces, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. Bye.
Here, I can turn on my mic. Check, check, check. Excellente. Um, check, check, check. You got it. We're good? Awesome. Perfect. We're doing Campbell Cheney. Awesome.
dreams do come true for one Matt Campbell. Lifted a trophy yesterday, and we're going to see him again right now. Welcome back, everybody. This is Anthony Eugenia. This is the 2019 Magic Darts Championship Darts Circuit event number 6. This is this part 2 of the Cosmo Classic weekend. We're going to see Joe Cheney versus Matt Campbell, semifinal number 1, best of 11 legs. And I am rejoined by my compatriot, Mr. Colin Cosell. Hey, Colin.
Anthony, how are you, my friend? My goodness, this could be a final. Everything going on right now could be a final. It's unbelievable. And just to give everyone an update, Chuck Puleo and Joe Huffman going on the floor right now. Joe Huffman opened up with an 11-darter.
Wow. Again, I say wow.
Yeah, the 3-ton 40s took out the 81, and that was that. He's now leading Chuck Puleo 2-0. So
goodness
really
gracious. Yeah, as he said, all of these games that we're seeing now in the quarters and semis, all could be finals without a doubt.
And the best part is, Chuck Puleo, taking a look at his record throughout the day, he's not made things easy for himself at all, so there's no reason to count him out. But, man, the way Huff is throwing right now, unbelievable. But getting back to the issue at hand, the chainsaw himself, Joe Cheney, en route to taking on our current defending event champion. Taking down Darren Young last night was the mighty Ginge himself, the man on your screen, Matt Campbell. And now he's trying to do it again, has been on fire, and has had kind of a Canadian hate crime, if you will. He's taken out Jim Long both days along the way and did it with a 103.1 average.
He said Canadian hate crime.
Well, there is no sorry in the Canadian hate crime.
No sorry. Oh, boy. No, but I'll give you a little breakdown, Colin, on what went on. In the break, I went out on the floor and watched the completion of the rest of the quarterfinals, as everybody was privy to. We saw Joe Huffman advance on the feature board. But these gentlemen here walked in the room, and Larry Butler had a lead on Mr. Matt Campbell there, I believe, somewhere in the 5-3 range. And Campbell makes his fight back. They go the distance, and Matt Campbell books his semifinals place. Same thing. You walk in the room, and Joe Cheney's a little bit ahead of Big Daddy Darren Young, and Darren comes storming back. They go to a tie break, and both players have shots at outs, and Joe Cheney picks up a 42 to book his spot here on our feature board. And Chuck Puleo himself, you touched on him, struggling a tad bit. He was down 4-2 to Jimmy D'Amore before coming back to eventually take that 6-4. So a lot of great stuff, and everyone coming into the semifinals really hot.
Well, not to mention the fact that Jimmy D'Amore took down a red-hot Leonard Gates, who before the round of 16, the top 16, was sporting our highest average for the day. He shot a 102-plus average. And then Cheney and Campbell both shot 102.2, 103.1, respectively, en route to the quarterfinals. And as you said, going the distance against Big Daddy and the Eagle. Puleo and Huffman getting their wins. Huffman exacting revenge against Danny Lauby from Ontario when they played against each other, and Lauby took him down, and now Huffman is absolutely on fire, up 3-0 on Chuck Puleo. And of course, as you see on the screen, the mighty Ginge himself is up 1-0 against the chainsaw. So yeah, unbelievable darts, and they seem to be getting better and better and tighter as we go, which is what you expect. And you've got to be like a proud papa right now.
Oh, it's wonderful. And Campbell looked real solid there, stepped to the line, first dart out to take that opening leg. And yeah, absolutely, Colin, we're very proud of what's been developing with the CDC. After 5 years, we truly proudly say and declare, this is the place to be. If you think you're a top player in North America, if you're not playing the CDC, well, then you're just not performing.
83.
This is the place to be.
That is a put up or shut up from Mr. Anthony Eugenia right there.
It basically is, and I know my partners will agree. After 5 years, we're comfortable now saying that. This is the place to be, and if you're not tops on the CDC, you're not tops in North America.
So I already see in the message, in the comments, in the thread there, we've got predictions of a Cheney Campbell final. No, this is a semifinal. I'd love to know what you guys predict here, because right now it could go any direction. Even though Huffman's up 3-0 on Pulio, Pulio has been
43.
digging himself out. He's been using those pipes to claw out of every hole he's dug himself into. And both of these gentlemen right here, they've both faced some adversity along the way, and it really is anyone's ball game. So if you're into betting, by all means, do it. But I would not put
121.
any money on there as Campbell hits a nice ton 20. You hear the brilliant call of Mr. Jeff Good, whose wife Deb just joined in the message as well. The comments, I saw she's watching. We got a lot of our
92.
friends watching. We appreciate the support. But right now, it's all about these two gentlemen. Matt Campbell trying to take out 136 is not going to be able to do so. So that'll give Cheney a chance at taking out
96.
the almighty ton
Joe,
70.
you require
We've seen quite a few of
170.
those along the way, Mr. Eugenio.
Yes, we did. Most notably, Tim Nickel. It seemed to be his signature last season, and there's a lot of players capable of taking out a 170.
60.
I thought it was his
Matt, you
mustache, but
require
no,
40.
it's the ton 70 that is the signature
Game
of
shot
Mr.
first start of
Nickel.
the
And
second
Matt Campbell
leg.
takes
2 legs to
the
0,
2-0
Matt. Third
lead,
leg, Joe to throw first.
easily taking down that double top.
2 doubles, 2 darts, 2 leg wins.
Too easy. But
44.
guess who's not making it too easy? Chuck Pulio has finally gotten a leg back on Huffman. So now he trails 3-1. So I'll be keeping everyone updated, obviously, as we go.
140.
Because these are the 2 semifinals. Cheney, there he goes for that bolt again. We were talking about
75.
this.
Colin
Anthony,
Cosell.
history's repeating itself.
As I said, I take it. Somebody challenged him. I bet you won't get up on that stream and hit
100.
bullseyes in the middle of a 501 leg.
Someone's got his phone number. I
The
did
gentleman
message him.
from
Wasn't
Saudi
he?
Daisy says, "I'll show you."
And it does not get more of a
93.
southern name for a town than Saudi Daisy, does it? The man from
No, it
Saudi
doesn't.
Daisy, Tennessee. Saudi Daisy sounds like a pet name, but it is a town in Tennessee, and the pride and
140.
joy of Saudi Daisy, Tennessee, the chainsaw himself, Joe
And
Cheney.
Matt Campbell, just relentless. 140, 100, 140, sitting on 121 after
140.
9 darts.
Matt, you require 121.
Meanwhile, an update, Joe Huffman got right back at Pulio, has a 4-1 lead now, while Campbell has just been
57.
obliterating the board. That's a lackluster
require
round from him, and you
140.
can see it. The ginger beard crinkled a bit in dismay.
89.
89 for
Matt, you
Cheney.
require 64.
And we give kudos to Jeff Good, who's scoring this match, standing there with a brand new knee, could barely walk in Ontario. And now Campbell,
32.
just outside, rolls his eyes up
Joe,
to
you
the
require
sky.
60.
But he's our own personal Iron Man, Mr. Jeff.
His
Good.
knee is so new, he still has a gift receipt.
Oh, wow. You're going to be careful with that joke, Anthony. It's an antique. If you drop it, it might shatter.
50.
And Cheney trying to
You
get
require
back
32.
into it. Trying to use that chainsaw to trim back and get back into it, but unable to do so. Campbell now.
Game shot, second
Boom.
dart in the third leg. 3 legs to 0.
Boy,
Matt,
oh
fourth leg.
boy, Matt Campbell
throw
looking
first.
good.
So
Making
is
it-
Huffman now up 5-1. So Campbell
So-
and Huffman. Yeah, what else can you say?
So-
Campbell and Huffman mowing
Well,
down.
I'm going to let we have to take a moment and thank Colin Cosell as much as he wanted to be here this weekend. Other priorities called
51.
to his attention. So Colin is still actually on the East Coast and is taking some time out to join us remotely. So we're so happy to have Colin with us as we finish up this weekend. So thanks for joining us, Colin. And
83.
I'm sitting right outside Chicago, and you're sitting right outside the great city of New York.
Yes, sir. And thanks for having me. You know, they took the
45.
magic away. I wasn't going to tell anyone. I was going to tell them I was in Skokie and see if anyone noticed. But that magic is gone now.
It's gone. I ruined it.
The magic is gone. You ruined it.
You ruined
But
it.
now we're going to get Dave Richardson upset at us. It's not how a Scotsman sounds. That'll do, donkey. So now we're watching Cheney.
100.
Seems to have sped up a little bit. He did go right at that bullseye before, so that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. But he seems to be speeding up a little bit at the board, and that's not his signature. He's very calculated getting up to the Aki.
41.
Well, to give you a little bit of dirt, I believe Joe will try and sort of match his game against his opponent, and he may well indeed play with the
100.
speed of his match to match his opponent. We watched him earlier played Ed DeBenke, who's a deliberate, slow player, and I think Joe was giving him a little bit of that back. We watched that
100.
earlier, that they were both paced, and as you said, Joe's speeding up here a little bit, so I think Joe will sort of feel the situation out
165.
What
and
a
make adjustments
tremendous
rightly,
round.
how he feels rightly so, to his
What, I
benefit.
mean,
So if he feels he
wow.
may need to speed up here a little bit.
Look at this.
Oh boy!
Oh, man.
Joe, you require 40.
So pretty. So pretty. Speaking of which, Huffman now up 5-2.
Game shot.
And there's
second dart and the
Cheney
fourth leg. 3 legs to
clawing
one man.
back.
Fifth leg.
Julio trying to do the
Joe
same.
to
Julio
throw
opened
first.
up the 8th leg with a ton and a ton 80. So, trying to keep you abreast of everything in real time.
100.
I want to thank everybody
one of those-
in the chat for
100.
following along with us today. Definitely get this stream out, like and share it, share the page, and get everybody on board for the end of this semifinal. And of
60.
course, we've got a red hot final coming up.
Yeah, no matter who makes it, that is a guarantee.
43.
And we got to say, kudos to Larry Butler making it back to the top 8 on the road to recovery a year ago, having nearly a life-ending
55.
heart attack, and his comeback trail. It's long, it's daunting, it's arduous, but he's showing that he's still got that fight. So welcome back to the Eagle. Julio takes that 8th leg and is now down 5-3.
Sesame Street for Matt Campbell.
Thank you for using my new term. That's right, guys. You have 1, 2, 3 is at Sesame Street. Learning how to count.
100.
Very good, very good. So we're, you know what, thousands of miles apart, but the fun is still like we're in the same room. It's amazing.
140.
Wow, Campbell. I have not been keeping track. I wish I had to see how many ton 40s
58.
he's knocked down in this match
requires
alone.
95.
Now Campbell, 95. It's
Back to
the ball,
20s,
70.
double
There it
five.
is. Whoa. Oh,
85.
just on the wire.
Joe, you require
So-
128.
Almost a huge out for Campbell to take that commanding 4-1 lead. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is a race to 6.
24. Matt,
Yes,
you
sir.
require 10.
Semifinal number 1, best of 11.
Game shot.
First to
First start in the
6.
5th leg. 4 legs. to one
Boom,
man.
Campbell
Sixth
knocks
leg,
down the
Matt
double
to
5 with the
throw
greatest of
first.
ease. And for the rest of us also-rans in the dart world who would never think twice about setting foot at the Aki against players like this, double 5, such a daunting number. But not for someone like Matt Campbell, who opens up with a
180.
maximum telemant.
That's a 180.
Right on cue.
I
And
hear
the
clapping
applause
from
you
the
hear in
dart
the
hall.
background.
93.
That is the Huffman himself taking down the pipes 6-3. So Huffman back in the final as you see them shaking
100.
hands. You see El Presidente himself,
El Jefe.
Peter Cetera, and Sweeney there.
24.
And while we're talking staff, got to give a birthday shout out to our very own Kevin Malenfant, who turned 21 for the 3rd time today, I believe. I don't know.
A triple 21.
He's going to kill me now. Never mess with bikers, Colin. You know better. But Campbell seemingly in cruise control.
140. Matt, you require 164.
So are we gonna get the boom and the ginge, or will the chainsaw find a way to trim back the ginger beard and
60.
get back into this game? Remains to be seen, but right now, Campbell in full cruise control.
Hovering around the 90 average to Cheney's high 70s.
140.
Campbell's been nothing but crisp every time he's seen a double. I mean, Cheney's work is certainly cut out for him.
And there's an errant dart from Campbell, one of the few we've seen in this match. So he's just staying on the triple three, and he laughs a little bit. How can you not?
So you require 104.
And still finds a way to bring himself down to 32. Cheney needs this out. 84. Double 12. Nope, I'm sorry,
60.
he did not get that triple 20.
Matt, you require
So
32.
he comes away with a 60, pulls the darts out dejectedly. Whoa, that's an errant dart from Campbell again. Bottom of the board is not his friend, but can he make up for it?
Game shot.
Boom,
third
he
dart
does
to
it
the
right
sixth
there,
leg,
the mighty
5 legs
Ginger
to 1.
himself.
Seventh leg.
Matt
Joe to
Campbell.
throw first.
Now up 5-1, 1 leg away. He just needs to win one of the next 5 legs.
85.
Amazing
And at
stuff
this point,
from Matt
Anthony,
Campbell.
considering he won last night, it seems like that should be easy for him. For most people, the adrenaline's pumping, the sweat starts stinging in your eyes.
60.
And for him, he's just sees the road ahead and nothing else. He's just got blinders on.
Incredible focus from Matt
100.
Campbell right now. I mean, to raise his first championship last night, on the verge of a finals appearance a day later.
121.
Gotta love the disappointment in a third dart that falls into a 1 and comes away with a paltry ton 21.
In addition, of course, our subcontext
140.
to everything. Our main goal is each and every event and a march towards the Continental Cup, and the cherry on the cake to that is a opportunity to play in a PDC World Championship. And each country has their own points
97.
list, and Matt Campbell
98.
with this
98.
weekend is most possibly going to be on top of that list. He's taken out Jim Long along the way a few times, and so Matt Campbell's going to be in a real prime position coming out of weekend 3 for that Canadian PDC World Championship spot.
You plowed through that alliteration with flying colors, my friend.
Boy, oh boy,
58.
did I!
Not an easy one that's long. So now Cheney looking to make it 5-2.
27.
Oh, falls into the 9. Campbell
Require 160.
with a tough 164.
Let's
Some would
look at-
argue that it's harder than a ton 70.
Let's look at this great up and down stance, a complete.
57. Okay, requirement.
And then we see, Joe Cheney's got a little bit more of a pivot there on that
Game
back
shot,
foot,
third dart
moves
into
him up and
seventh
down a little
leg,
bit.
5 legs to 2, Matt. 8th leg.
And that's how it's done, folks. If you're down to a 9, single 1, you missed that double 4, no worry. You hit the double 2 and you take it out and you make it 5-2 and make Matt Campbell work for it.
96.
You know Joe Cheney's not going to roll over. Little sip of water, wet the whistle. Sounded like there's an awful lot of ice in there. Try to cool himself down a bit. Cheney moves next door
92.
to those 18s.
Okay. Yeah, we go. Look at that, Colin. Like, it's almost like the number 7 right under his arm, straight down his leg.
58.
No motion in the legs and the hips. It's all in the arm and the pivot of the elbow. No extraneous motion. Smooth.
60.
The exact opposite of how you swing a golf club. Says a man who shot a 99 the other day. Oy. So Matt Campbell
96.
drops downstairs, comes away at the 96. And of course, it's fun taking a look at the in the comments section, Anthony, and seeing all the players from this weekend who are watching. They want to see how this turns out.
Agreed. I've been noticing that all weekend long. The players on breaks, and that's a 180.
Didn't even have to cue it up for you.
The players are
And,
just as
Joe-
interested in the feature stream as everybody else to peek in and
Matt, you require 71.
want to support everything.
So now Campbell, 65. That's going to be a Bulls. Nope, he's going back down to double 10.
51.
Interesting approach again.
Joe, you require
It's not like the
112.
good old days when you'd get your dartboard with an out chart and you'd follow it to the T. Now it's whatever works for you, and what's going to work for Joe Cheney here is not an out, unfortunately. So Matt Campbell, 3 darts
52.
to advance to his second
Matt, you
consecutive
require 20.
CDC event final. He won not even 24 hours ago.
Game shot,
Boom,
first dart,
there it
and the
is.
match, 6
Matt
legs
Campbell
to 2.
advances
Matt
and will take on,
Campbell.
well, I know small coincidence, the boom himself, Mr. Joe Huffman. Anthony, before we get into that, what can you possibly predict out of
Matt
these matches, out
Campbell
this
of
show?
Hamilton,
And it's-
Ontario, is on the verge of pulling off the unprecedented double CDC weekend. DJ Sayer, Larry Butler, it's a select class that have been able to pull off the complete sweep. And Matt Campbell is on the verge. An incredible thing that's going on. Qualifier last year, CDC champion a year later, leader's spot for a world championship position. Absolutely incredible stuff, Colin.
Well, I will. I'll tell you what. It's a testament to everything going on in the CDC. It's a testament to how much work Matt Campbell has put in there. He comes away taking down Joe Cheney with an 87.8 average. Joe Huffman took down Chuck Pipes Pulio with a 97.5 average. But the averages matter not. If the averages mattered, Soldier would still be here. If the averages mattered, Joe Cheney would still be alive. So right now it is all about those doubles. It's all about the stamina. It's all about the will to win. And we are going to have the final up next. So I will let Mr. Anthony Eugenia bring us into commercial break. And then, ladies and gentlemen, you got to use the bathroom. You got to get popcorn, beverage of your choice. Now's the time to do it because, my goodness, it's going to be a doozy.
Huffman, Campbell, coming up. We'll see you in about 5 to 10 minutes, folks. Be back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Skokie, Illinois. This is Anthony Eugenie, and we're coming back for our final. And before we get to all our action, we want to bring the full story to you and thank our sponsors, acknowledge everybody that's helping to make this happen. If you enjoy the Championship Dart Circuit, these are the people that have been behind it. Obviously, our main event and tour headline sponsors, Magic Darts, and we want to really acknowledge John and Kelly Baxter for what they've done for the game of darts, what they're doing. These are the folks that have, worked hard to organize these promo codes, bring the best products to the United States and North America. Their team, including Jennifer Mounts, that have worked on all these promos, videos, and things that we're progressing weekend to weekend to bring a better and better product to you. John Baxter's been on the forefront of, top line darts for decades now, and we're really proud to be in partnership with him to bring this fantastic tour to you. Of course, Cosmo Darts has been on board with us from the beginning, backed us through many, many events, and without their help, we may not be here today. Our partner, Ken, at 9 Dart Out, he's been on site with us for 5 years, rock solid, and we appreciate his support. And, of course, the great guys at Dart Connect, David and Greg. Dart Connect and CDC have sort of grown up together, and we greatly appreciate that. Ice Productions and USA Darts Production bringing you this staff, Kevin Malenfant and David Irete. And of course, we'll acknowledge here before we get to the big guys, our junior tour winner, Gavin Nickel, and Shot Darts is a sponsor along with Dart Brokers on the junior tour. And then our Evolution Tour winner again, Jacob Womack. Pickled Pig and Shot Darts bring you the Evolution Tour, and we greatly appreciate that. They are heavily invested, those companies, in the future of darts here in North America, and we cannot say thank you enough. And of course, overall Shot Darts, look at their support of the Junior Tour, Evolution Tour, and they are the official dartboard of the 2019 Magic Darts Championship Dart Circuit. So I'm going to bring in my partner again for this final match and give you a little preview. Is Colin Cosell back with us?
Oh, yeah.
All right, there's my man Colin. Now, before we get into the preview, Colin, I do got to tell the folks, of course, as we talked about everybody, remind you just one more time, and you're going to see it stream up there during the match, and it's right up there. Don't forget to use your Fit Carbon 5 promo code, Fit Carbon 5, and it gets you $5 off a great new set of Fit Flight carbon shafts. All right, we got all the good business done, Colin. Now let's sit back and enjoy this tremendous final coming up. Give me a look here on Huffman Campbell.
I mean, gosh, where do you even start? I almost want to just sit back and let everyone watch. We just sit here and watch in silence. I was joking during the break there that, my heart is racing here. Like the adrenaline is pumping. Like this is, look, let me backtrack. Any of the matches we've seen from the round of 64 all the way through 32, 16, 8 semis into here could easily have been a final. We've seen some of the best shooters in North America getting mowed down by people who maybe even a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, no one would know their names. People like Jeff Smith, Darren Young, I mean, the list goes on and on. Larry Butler, for goodness sake. You got Dan Olson in the crowd. You've got all these top shooters through the years, and now we're watching the pride and joy of Hamilton, Ontario, in Matt Campbell taking on the pride and joy of Lexington Park, Maryland, in Joe Huffman, and these two guys are now household names. They are two of the best shooters out there. We've seen tremendous darts. Now, has it resulted in championships consistently? No, but right now, Campbell is sitting on the precipice of something that, as you mentioned before, has only been done by a couple of players, DJ Sayer and Larry Butler. Darren Young knocked on the door a couple times this year. This is only the second final he hasn't made it to, Darren Young. And to win, we'll get into the stamina aspect of it, but that just goes to show the level of darts and how much work they put into it. And this is anybody's ball game, folks. I dare not make any sort of prediction on this.
And that's what makes these CDC finals so special, Colin. It's the players that you have to get through to get to this final.
And the players you get to know along the way, and they're all
100.
they're great people. I mean, they're really, really fun, enjoyable people. They love this game so much, and they sacrifice a lot.
60.
That should not go unnoticed. You know, to be a professional dart player, not everyone gets to be a Phil Taylor or an MPG or a Barney or a Chizzy even. Like these guys,
81.
they have day jobs, and this is a love of the game and hoping to make it onto that big stage in Lakeside. And
100.
you know what? At the Alley Valley, it takes a lot of work, and these guys have put it in, and you're going to see it on display tonight. As Matt Campbell tries to sweep the weekend,
100.
and Joe Huffman tries to hoist a trophy.
I mean, right out of the gate, 3 tons out of 5 turns.
96.
I mean, we're going to see some really great darts here.
I would
Both
love
players
to talk
really
to,
excelled in their semifinals.
Oh, unbelievably so. And Campbell, he's had blinders on. It looks like he's going to. He's like a
140.
nice thoroughbred trying to win the Triple Crown. He's nothing but that trophy. And Huffman, he wants to be the man who stands his way and knocks those
Matt,
blinders
you're
aside, and he takes the trophy himself. And I mean, you look at these numbers here in the opening leg. And I was going to ask you, and I'd love to talk to Darren Young about this, and
40.
the people who've done it.
Oh, you require
As
110.
Campbell just misses the double top there for the first leg, the stamina it is required to win an entire weekend is remarkable.
77.
And Campbell is trying to do that. As you said, it was
78,
only
correct.
DJ and Larry that have done it, correct?
I think Darren may have as well, and I
Accurate call.
apologize. I can look that up in a moment, but I believe DJ, Larry, and Darren may be the 3 that have done it, and it's a really tough task.
It is. It's a lot of darts.
20.
It's a lot of long hours. And Campbell,
Joe, you
with
require
a rare
32.
miss, that is 4 darts he missed at the double top.
James shot first dart in
And
the first
Huffman
leg.
makes
One leg
him
to 0,
pay for
Joe.
it
Second leg.
with a
Joe
double
broke
16.
first.
So an interesting start here. Campbell, who has pretty much been, I mean, he's got to be in the 80% range on his double, on his outs throughout the
47.
day at least, and missing 4 consecutive.
Yeah, he's
I
been
don't think he'll do that
crisp.
again.
No more than 2 darts at a double. Extremely impressive has been Matt Campbell.
That was very
16.
Yoda-like. I like that sentence. Now, the one thing we have not
78.
seen on the stream, Anthony, and forgive me if I'm jinxing things, we have not seen a 9-darter.
No, sir, we have not.
I have a feeling that between these two guys, entirely
83.
possible. Although, again, it's coming after a long day of many, many, many darts thrown. Huffman
60.
came about as close as you can get, and he knocked out an 11-darter to open up and set the standard against Chuck Coolio in the semifinal, going on to beat him 6-3.
140.
Okay,
Campbell.
Mr. Collin. Yes, before we mentioned Butler and Sayer,
100.
and we were
It was
corrected by
Darren.
someone that said Darren, and I thought
It
I
was.
may have been mistaken, so I looked up for the record. DJ Sayer, event 3 and 4 in the same weekend in 2016. Larry
22.
Butler, events 5 and 6 in 2016. The only two people to accomplish the weekend sweep. Other players have won back-to-back, but on
100.
separate weekends.
And that was most recently Darren Young. So there we go.
No,
All right,
Darren
now-
Young has not won.
But he,
He's won back-to-back, but not on the same weekend.
right, that's what I'm saying.
31.
Darren Young is, that's where we had the,
Joe, you require 116.
He went to the final, but he did not win it.
the weekend.
Yes.
Got it. We're back on track now. Just a little
Okay, let's pay
communication.
attention and focus on this completely fantastic event number 6 final.
81.
Oh, 81
Joe, you
from
require
Campbell.
63.
64. Now Huffman looking to take the 2-0 lead. Up to the Aki. Here goes the boom. 51.
Game shot,
Hey,
third
who
dart,
said
second leg,
double
2 legs to
three
0,
down?
Joe.
Huffman
Third
lowers the
leg.
boom.
Matt to throw first.
That was too easy.
It was. I like how I got to give it to him. If there's someone who's going to win the jersey battle, that's going to be Huffman. That is,
140.
his guard turn is fantastic. A beautiful open by Campbell there, but Huffman's got some incredible jerseys, man. You're a jersey enthusiast. I'm surprised you haven't had.
140.
Well, I've got a closet full of jerseys, as my wife will attest, but I don't get to wear them anymore. I don't play.
Just wear them for fun. As we
100.
watch these two unbelievable competitors open up with ton 40s apiece. Campbell with a ton. Can Huffman answer that? Whoa, beautiful.
137.
Back and forth, rock'em sock'em action. 140, 140, 100, 137. My oh my.
It's like Ollie Frazier too,
140.
or Rocky 1. Choose your boxing.
100.
Assimilation
Matt, you
at any
are
rate.
121.
121 for Campbell, looking to get his first leg here in the final.
Game shot,
Oh,
third dart.
wow.
In the third leg, 2 legs to 1.
Bullseye
Fourth leg.
for Matt
Joe
Campbell.
to throw first.
Does that send a message or what? A little lackluster start by Campbell's standards from what we've seen him on this weekend, and he takes out that 121 easily, and Huffman, boom, opens up with a ton 35. Both men shooting around the 89-90 mark.
140.
There's a ton 40 from Campbell.
$100.
So Anthony, here we are at 3 legs in. It's a race to 6. Who do you think has the leg up here?
It feels like it's Joe Campbell.
Oh,
That's a
180.
ton 80.
oh,
It feels like Joe Huffman, but man, it's back and forth. It's relentless. 140, 135, 180, 100. I mean, they just will not stop.
well, one thing we've seen from Huffman is there's times where he can run out of gas. He might get
134.
ahead, and he's been working so hard at just getting over that hump.
$86.
And what I love about them is Campbell looks like the nicest guy in the world, plays like he wants to eat your face.
Game shot,
Oh,
third dart.
beautiful.
Fourth
Not
leg,
just
2
at
legs
2.
to 2.
Huffman, on the other hand, steps
Fifth
up to
leg,
the Aki.
Matt,
Looks like he
throw
would not want to
first.
meet him in a dark alley at any time. One of the nicest guys in the world.
What a beautiful transition. Moved around the board, 3 darts, picks up his second leg and ties this match up at 2 legs apiece.
140.
Oh my goodness. Should we even talk anymore, Anthony?
No. I think we're taken away from this match.
100.
No, it's unbelievable. Back and forth. The averages were once 90 and 89, now 96, 91. Campbell, Huffman, respectively.
81.
Jeff Coote sounded disappointed in that 81 from Campbell, the way these darts have been flying. Look out for Huffman.
125.
Buck 25 for rough and tough Huff.
60.
Campbell looked like he lost the tribble there for a second.
$66.
So suddenly it's calmed down a little bit.
100.
There's a ton. Getting back on track.
That's a 180.
Matt, you require 120. $41. Joe, you require 30.
It's now Huffman.
Game shot, second dart in the fifth leg. 3
Great
legs to
lie
2,
on that
Joe.
first dart.
Sixth
Used
leg,
it to
Joe,
slide
throw
right off
first.
that barrel into that double 15. And 3 legs to 2, Huffman. 94 plays 94. Colin, we are rocking and rolling.
So here's the one prediction, Anthony. You ready?
Yes.
Let's go to the distance.
81.
That's a good one.
That's the best prediction I've got for you.
Well, I think we all want to see that. We want to see 11 great legs
60.
of darts.
Hoffman going right back at that treble 20 like it insulted his
85.
family, but just outside on the other 2 darts.
$58.
So now
81.
things settling down maybe a little bit. That's to be expected.
$100.
Great cover by Joe
81.
Huffman.
82. Excuse me.
I mean, goodness gracious, even in his 80s, he's consistent. 81, 85, 81, 82 by Joe Huffman.
I think any human being
58.
alive would like to be consistent in their 80s. So now Huffman trying to get himself down to an out.
$82.
And since we're early on and I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties with my
58.
sound,
Joe, you require 90.
I'm going to unplug for 1 second and
No
leave it in the
problem.
capable hands of Anthony Eugenia.
You got it, Colin. Jump back in when you're comfortable, brother. Joe
60.
Huffman taking a shot at that 90, feeling,
Matt
you know,
Require
that Matt
167.
Campbell absolutely has a shot at this 167. He's giving him the respect and the due. All right, Huffman coming up for a double
42.
15 to hold his throw.
Matt, Joe, you require 30.
We saw him go right
Game
at it
shot,
the
first
previous
dart in
leg.
the
He does
sixth
so
leg.
here.
4 legs to 2, Joe. 7th leg.
Takes a 4-2
Matt to
lead.
throw first.
All right, Eugenia, I'm back.
Gotcha.
Hopefully
96.
sounding a little bit better. And it looks like Huffman has regained his 2-leg lead.
97. 77.
And Colin, I was, I had as a guest earlier in the day in between your sessions, David Fathom, and we were speaking on that idea of on what
180.
that's a 180
Yes.
on the idea and the principle on what how a top player addresses being
48.
behind a few legs, in that 2 to 3 zone, and his approach was a player at this level understands it's only one break that they're down, and they're gonna continue to job number 1 is hold their
100.
throw, and then just obviously at some point get that break back, but a 3-leg hole is simply 1 break to him, and it was some
55.
interesting insight.
Yeah, no, I was listening, and Fathom, obviously, he's got phenomenal insight. I was actually quite jealous because he's one of the best in the biz. And a self-fulfilling
83.
prophecy said he doubted he'd be up on the stage, left the booth, went out there, and ended up getting eliminated. And I was like, Scorpion, no, come on.
96.
You owe yourself more than that.
Matt, you require 42.
So now, Matt Campbell, double 16, double 8.
Game shot.
Boom,
3rd
knocks it
dart
down.
In the 7th leg. 4 legs to 3. Joe in the 8th leg.
And I'm fairly
Joe
certain that
to
was the
throw
biggest
first.
degree of separation we've seen score-wise, Anthony, so far between these two.
Yeah,
From
correct.
who was
It's
at and
been,
out.
Yeah, it's been within probably about 100 most every leg. And
At
81.
most.
this
Campbell's
final is
able to
best of
hold.
11 legs, a race to 6 for the event number 6 championship.
58 or 59.
Of course, Campbell trying to win the weekend, but he was able to hold throw there. He's now looking to break Huffman because it's
7.
starting to get to that point. You start knocking on the door of that 6th and deciding leg, that victorious leg. A ton 40 there from
140.
Campbell, just what the doctor ordered. So a little bit of separation between himself and the boom.
180.
That's a 180.
I couldn't agree more. So trying to get that separation, and then Huffman answers with a ton 80. Now Campbell
Triple
trying to pound
20
out
here.
the 18s.
92.
He was looking for a 132
Yes.
that would have set up the 170 out.
That was 74, leaves him 109, drops down.
93.
That'll be 90 remaining for Huffman. So Campbell just wants to get down to an out. That's the way to do it.
95. Joe, you require 90.
So a 95 for Campbell, but Huffman to get himself,
54.
oof,
Matt, you
get
require
himself
115.
one leg away from the trophy. Now Campbell trying to notch this thing up is not going to be able to do it.
75. Matt, Joe,
He's
you
in
require
double top,
36.
praying that Joe Huffman does not hit the double 18, and he does it on the first
In
dart.
eighth leg, 5
Looks
legs to 3,
disgusted.
Joe. In the 9th leg, Matt to throw first.
Well, I think
So now,
he was unhappy with that 90 performance on the 18s.
100.
hey, a win's a win. It doesn't have to be pretty.
Absolutely, job number 1 is to acquire a W.
Trebles for show, doubles for dough.
90.
Nightmares about that
91.
phrase.
The great Bobby George.
Yes, sir.
$140.
So now, Campbell knocks down that ton 40.
100.
Huffman tries to answer. Obviously, Campbell with his back against the wall,
140.
and he's been there before. He has had to work hard to get to this point. At times, it's come easy for him.
121. Matt,
Against
you
this
require
formidable
121.
opponent, Campbell takes out this ton 21. That would be huge for him. Treble 17. No, errant.
57.
So that leaves him 64. Huffman will not have an out here, just trying to bring himself down. Campbell just needs to get that leg, stay alive,
97.
and break Huffman
Matt,
to
you require
take
64.
this the distance. And try to turn me into a soothsayer.
Game shot, third dart.
And there he
Ninth
does
leg,
it.
5
Campbell
legs
gets
to
to
4, 10th
64,
leg.
5-4
Joe to
now.
throw first.
Huffman to lead off. If Huffman holds throw, he gets that trophy you see a little right of center of your
100.
screen. Let's see what Campbell's got left in the tank.
99.
Will he be able to take more hardware back with him to Ontario? There's boom.
180.
That's a 180.
That's a problem for Matt Campbell as well. The ton 80 right on cue for Huffman, who wants to bring some hardware home with
58.
him back to Maryland. And given the way the Orioles are playing these days, they need something to be proud of in the sports
100.
world. And Huffman now in cruise control down to 121. Campbell needs a maximum at least, maybe a ton 40.
140.
And he comes away with
Joe, you
it.
require 121.
I just got to hope for some errant darts here.
61
Not going to get
remaining.
it.
Bullseye.
Look at this. Oh, just
25
outside. Huffman gets the single bull, but he'll have 3 darts at it at least. Campbell now, 184. There's a nice 57. Doubles that up.
134. Joe,
So
you're going
134 leaves him 70. Put some pressure on Huffman. Now Huffman, double eight to win. There's a marker.
Game and
he
match
gets
shot
it.
on the third dart. Joe Huffman for 6
Joe Huffman brings the boom and wins event number 6. He's taking hardware home with him to Lexington Park, Maryland. Joe Huffman has done it, ladies and gentlemen. He took down the Mighty Ginger and brought the boom. Congratulations to the rough and tough Joe Huff. Anthony,
A
what do you
wonderful
think of this
final,
match?
6-4 to Joe Huffman. 91 plays 92. Big scores, crisp out shooting. Just a fantastic final, Colin.
That was tremendous and to be expected as well. I mean, just an unbelievable Jeff Good telling them what their averages were.
91 in the final match.
And congratulations to Joe Huffman on his first CDC Tour event championship.
And just to go back to what we've been talking about so much tonight, Anthony, how hard it is to win a CDC event, but how much harder it is to win a weekend. And now
Well-
Matt Campbell can join that club of people who have come so close, who have made it to back-to-back finals, but only come away with one piece of hardware. Nothing to be ashamed of by any stretch, but that just goes to show how truly hard it is, a feat that has not been accomplished in 3 years.
Without a doubt, my friend, making 2 finals in and of itself is a huge accomplishment. But here at the CDC, we love giving away trophies to new winners. And this weekend, we've had 2 separate new winners. Matt Campbell with his first trophy, Joe Huffman with his first trophy. That goes back all the way to our start in 2015. New winners, new winners, new winners. It proves the system works.
It also proves that how much hard work we talked about, how Matt Campbell came in as a qualifier a year ago, is now a household name in North American darts. Joe Huffman came in this season and so desperately wanted to take home the hardware, came so close, made it to finals, made it to several semis, was right there knocking on the door, was on the precipice of doing so, and through will, determination, and of course, tons of hard work and the talent he's accrued along the way, has finally taken home a CDC event trophy. Congratulations to both of these competitors, to everyone out there who participated this weekend and in every CDC event, and to everyone who supported, watched, and just supports CDC and supports darts in North America. We appreciate it so much. And Anthony, of course, thank you for letting me join you in the broadcast booth, so to speak, remotely. It has been an honor and a privilege as always.
Well, thank you, Colin, for joining us. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. What a great final we just saw. Congrats again to Joe Huffman. Thank you, everybody who watched the stream and participated this whole weekend. We so much appreciate the sport. We're going to step away for 5 minutes now. We'll be back with our partner, Peter Cetera, who's going to interview the finalists and, of course, the winner, Joe Huffman. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Peter Cetera back with you from Chicago, Illinois. We just finished a great final in event number 6 on the 2019 Magic Darts Championship Darts Circuit. I'm joined by today's runner-up, Mr. Matt Campbell, and today's champion, Mr. Joe Huffman. I'd like to have a little word with Matt first. Matt, obviously yesterday you're victorious. You had a great run yesterday, great run today. You made the final. Talk to me a little bit about the day, what you faced, and the road to get here.
My first match was ridiculous. Guy shot extremely well, didn't miss any doubles, and then he threw one dart off the board, and I capitalized and was able to make it through. And another match was against Larry Butler. He missed some doubles and gave me the chance to be able to come through. Other than that, I played pretty well, and Joe just played that much better.
Yeah, it was like a tale of 2 days because yesterday you didn't face any match darts. Today you faced 2 match darts. Does that take anything out of you coming into a final like this, knowing that you've already faced 2 really pressure-packed situations and get into a match like this?
Yeah, it made like trying to break my throw back a little bit easier, but when Joe's throwing 140s, 180s with his throw, it makes it really difficult for me to be able to break back. But other than that, yeah, it made it fairly easy.
You put yourself into a really good situation, a really good spot for the second half of the tour, shooting for the Canadian World Cup or World Championship spot. Excuse me. Talk to me about what the rest of the tour is going to be look like for you.
I'm hopefully not going to think about it for the next tours and just play, see what happens, and hopefully do as well as I did this weekend. Have another Darren Young weekend.
Last question. One of your best friends is Jim Long. You wouldn't be, I think it's safe to say you wouldn't be on the CDC without Jim Long.
Yeah.
You took out Jim Long both days today. Talk to me about how that feels.
It's great. Like, we play a lot, so we're kind of 50-50, but to beat him on this kind of a stage is nice since he was ahead of me in points, so it makes it the weekend that much better.
Great. Matt Campbell, thank you very much. Congratulations on a great weekend. And now I'd like to bring in the trophy, presenting to Mr. Joe Huffman, his first ever CDC championship trophy.
Nice, love it.
Joe, congratulations. How's it feel?
It feels great. Shot great all day. Little iffy on the scoring, but doubles were there, so that was great. And playing Matt, he won yesterday, and just watching his throw and watching his game, I was a little nervous coming into here, and I don't think we both played to our potential, but you know, we shot good. I ended up coming out on top, but just great shot, man, great shot, and the room is just crazy. Just the talent is just awesome. So it was fun. Definitely made the finals once, so that's what I wanted was the trophy. So it was definitely a tough road, but we got it.
Well, and you've been here in a final before, yes. 2 events ago, as a matter of fact, in Canada, and you fell to Danny Lauby. Yep. Was that in the back of your head coming in today?
Yes, definitely. Danny Lauby's got me, and then when I faced him in the PDC, it was just in the back of my head. It's like, I got to beat Danny Lauby. And then when I got him, I played Chuck Pulio, and I've never played him before, and I was like, well, I beat Lauby that I've never beat before. I can beat this guy too. So I just kept that train rolling. So that's what it was. And like I said, this last match, I felt like I was a little off, and I felt Matt was a little off as well. I mean, I shot, around a 90, something like that, but I still feel like we can shot better. But it, so like I said, still came out on top.
Yeah, he actually out-averaged at 92, beat 90, or 92 played 91, and 91 won. But over the course of the day, you averaged 90.57. So, and that's a testament to, I think, the way that the talent is in this room. You said you didn't play your best, and we still averaged over a 90 for the day. Talk to me about the tour and kind of the way you've seen it progress since you first joined us.
Man, the tour's been awesome, and just like I said, the caliber of shooters. Like I came in here shooting at 85, and then it's just brought my game right up. I mean, the caliber of shooters here is like, if you don't bring your game, it makes you shoot so much better, and that's what happened today. Like I was just, on scoring and then just hitting the doubles. Now this last game I really wasn't on scoring, but it makes you focus. These are the real deal right here, real deal.
Yeah, one dart here and there, and that's the entire match. Kind of the last question for you, and I tend to ask this of every champion. At what point today did you look at yourself in the proverbial mirror and say, Joe, this is your day?
Well, I'm still a little iffy about, hey, this is your day. I kept telling myself, why not me? We can do this. And it was kind of iffy in this finals, but I was like, I can do this. So I took my last game, Chuck Pouliot. I shot really well with Chuck Pouliot. I was like, just bring that into the finals, and you should win. And it paid off.
Excellent. Joe, on behalf of the entire CDC, congratulations on your first, probably first of many. Joe Huffman, ladies and gentlemen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my partners, Anthony Eugenia, Jeff Good, David Irete, and all of our sponsors, especially Cosmo Darts, who took this weekend, I'd like to thank you all for watching at home. Peter Cetera signing off from Chicago, Illinois, and we will see you back in Chicago in August and the PDC in Las Vegas.
Whoa.